Chapter 539. When Jiang Tai heard that Lin Yuan had raised the price by another 200,000, his face turned ugly. This price had already exceeded his expectations. Even if the Jinyuan pill was sold on the black market, it would not exceed 2 million. After all, it was not a one-star Jinyuan pill. Jiang Tai was originally determined to get it, but he did not expect that someone would come out of nowhere and complicate a simple matter. The reason why the Golden Origin pill was so rare was that it was monopolized by the big families and many cultivation companies. The families used it for the younger generation, while the cultivation companies used it to motivate their employees or to cultivate promising young employees. Therefore, the Jinyuan pills circulating on the market were extremely rare, leaving a limited number for individual cultivators. This was also the reason why the Jinyuan pill was so expensive. The Jiang family was considered an ordinary big family, but because they did not have any alchemists and did not have enough wealth to monopolize the Jinyuan pill, there were no Jinyuan pills in the family. However, with the Jiang family's power, it was not difficult to buy a Jinyuan pill, so Jiang Tai was very confident in buying it. Because the big families and companies had already monopolized the Jinyuan pill, they did not care about the Jinyuan pills circulating on the market. Therefore, the big shots would not be interested in this item, which is why Jiang Tai was so confident. Without competitors, the Jiang family naturally did not care about those individual cultivators. 2,250,000. Jiang Tai increased the price with some heartache. Sang Jiao's face was full of smiles. This was an auction. If an old man like you could get it so easily, then I would be an auctioneer for nothing. 2,400,000. Lin Yuan bit her lower lip and raised the price again. The hall on the first floor was filled with booze. This price for a half-finished Jinyuan pill was already too high. Jiang Tai gritted his teeth in hatred. His turbid eyes shot a murderous glare at Lin Yuan. Jiang Tai increasingly felt that Lin Yuan was causing trouble. She was not increasing the price. She was clearly raising the price. Grandpa, is this woman doing it on purpose? Jiang Ronghua said angrily. This was exactly what Jiang Tai was worried about. If she was doing it on purpose, he would jump into a trap, even if he knew it. The merchants from the Kuan Empire didn't care so much. The Golden Yuan pill was also monopolized in the Kuan Empire, so it was hard to buy it on the market. The most difficult thing for Jiang Tai now was that he had to buy it. That woman's price was so high that it was obvious that she didn't really want it. 2,410,000. Jiang Tai had no choice but to raise the price again. 2,500,000. Lin Yuan quoted the price almost without pausing. Li Daochong glanced sideways at Lin Yuan. He hadn't expected Miss Lin to be so interested in the Golden Origin pill. 2,510,000. Jiang Tai tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and tried to raise the price in a calm voice. 2,600,000. Lin Yuan placed her hands on her knees and clenched them into fists. Her palms were sweaty. This was her highest limit. If she increased the price any further, she wouldn't be able to continue. She had to spend more money to buy connections. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get it even after shouting out such a high price. Lin Yuan was extremely nervous. He kept repeating in his heart, "Don't raise the price anymore. Don't raise the price anymore. Give it to me." At this moment, Lin Yuan and Jiang Tai were in two completely different states of mind, forming a stark contrast. One was cutting off all means of retreat, while the other was determined to get it but didn't want to be taken advantage of. The others became spectators. No one had expected that a Golden Origin pill would trigger such a bidding war. This kind of situation usually only happened with the truly rare and precious items at the end of the auction. It was between the big shots. Grandpa, there's no need to raise the price any further. 2 million is enough to buy a Golden Origin pill on the black market, right? Jiang Ronghua said with a dark glint in his eyes. Jiang Ronghua wanted to let Lin Yuan off the hook. Jiang Ronghua understood the latter situation quite well. He didn't believe that Lin Yuan would be able to take out 2,600,000 beginner spirit stones. It wasn't impossible to bid for an item in an auction without paying, but it was necessary to pay a penalty. The penalty would be based on a percentage of the bid price, usually 20%. If they didn't pay, they would be controlled and imprisoned for at least a few years. In the worst case, they might be sent to 13 Spectre. Jiang Ronghua was still planning to get Lin Nuanyu. When Lin Nuanyu couldn't take out the money, he could lend it to her. Jiang Taiyan also hesitated. He still had items to bid for, and the price had already exceeded his expectations by 600,000. It wasn't worth it to raise the price any further. This half-star golden origin pill could indeed be bought on the black market for 2 million. Just as Jiang Taiyan was about to explain to the merchant from the Ankuan Empire said, "Mr. Jiang, the quality of this golden origin pill is indeed not bad. It's not inferior to a 1-star golden origin pill. I like it very much." As soon as he said this, Jiang Taiyan swallowed back the words he wanted to say. The merchant wanted it. Jiang Taiyan had already promised a few merchants that he would give each of them an item they wanted. Since he had already made the promise, he couldn't take it back. If he backed down now, their relationship would be strained. Sung Jiao beamed with joy. 2,600,000 had already exceeded her target price. Previously, she had set it at around 2,300,000. Now that she had exceeded the price by 300,000, the commission for the extra part was as high as 50%. The previous commission was only 5%. The difference wasn't small. Sung Jiao couldn't wait to close the deal, but the procedure had to be completed. 2,600,000 going once. 2,600,000 going twice. When Sung Jiao opened her mouth for the second time, Lin Nuanyu's heart almost jumped out of her throat. Was the golden origin pill really hers? Jiang Taiyan gritted his teeth. 2,610,000. Lin Nuanyu's body shook and she froze. She looked at the golden origin pill on the table in a daze. It was only an increase of 10,000, but it was enough to defeat Lin Nuanyu. She didn't have any more capital to bid. There wasn't much difference between 2,600,000 and 2,610,000 to Sung Jiao. She just didn't expect old man Jiang to increase the price. 2,610,000 going once. 2,620,000 going twice. Sung Jiao quickly counted the time and made the announcement. Sigh. Lin Nuanyu sighed in disappointment. Her stiff body relaxed, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Miss Lin, do you really want that golden origin pill? Li Daocheng's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Nuanyu subconsciously turned her face and nodded. Jiang Tai and was also extremely nervous at this moment. He looked at Lin Nuanyu with his gloomy eyes. If it weren't for the fact that there was a spiritual array in the auction that prohibited telepathy between the auction guests, he would have warned and threatened Lin Nuanyu long ago. When Sung Jiao called out the second time, Jiang Taiyan's face relaxed. But at this moment, Li Daocheng suddenly turned his face and looked in the direction of Jiang Taiyan on the second floor. He gestured to him and smiled. Jiang Taiyan didn't understand this move at all, but he soon understood. 3 million. Li Daocheng looked at Jiang Taiyan with a smile on his face as he called out the price. What the F***CK? A young cultivator sitting not far behind Li Daocheng was so shocked that his jaw dropped. However, most of the cultivators were shocked. You. Jiang Taiyan almost vomited blood. He looked at Li Daocheng, who was still smiling at him, with fire in his eyes. Lin Nuanyu opened her mouth and looked at Li Daocheng in surprise. After a while, she said, Mr. Li, you also want this golden origin pill? Li Daocheng turned his face and smiled. That thing is useless to me. I'll buy it and sell it to you. Lin Nuanyu was dumbfounded. Mr. Li, I can't afford it. 6 million is the limit of what I can afford. Li Daocheng shrugged and said, no matter how much spirit stones I use to buy it, I'll only buy it from you for 6 million. Lin Nuanyu looked at Li Daocheng in confusion. She subconsciously covered her chest with her hands and looked like she was not selling herself. She said, Mr. Li. Li Daocheng hugged his head with his hands and leaned back in his seat as if he was very satisfied. Just as he was about to speak, Shaoling River, who was sitting between the two of them, looked at Li Daocheng with the same ignorant expression. Her big, watery eyes turned, and she suddenly seemed to understand something. She said, first, Brother Daocheng, Don't tell me you like Sister Nuanyu? You want to give her a gift? What the F asterisk CK? Li Daochong almost fell off his chair. 10,000 alpacas floated over his head. He reached out and scratched Xia Lingxi's little nose. You're so mischievous. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoling River wrinkled her little nose and said unhappily, Then, Brother Daochong, why are you being so affectionate? Affectionate, my foot. Li Daochong gently patted Xiaoling River's little head again as a punishment for her nonsense. He then said, Little girl, your beloved sister princess, Catherine, has been bullied by that old man Zhang's grandson. Do you think Brother Daochong should get back at him? When Xiaoling River heard that sister princess Catherine had been bullied, she immediately raised her little fist. How dare he bully sister princess Catherine? Get him. That's right, get him. Li Daochong was charmed by Xiaoling River's cuteness and couldn't help but pat her head. Brother Daochong, I know what you're trying to do. You just don't want that old man Jiang to have his way. Xiaoling River was enlightened. Bingo, you'll get 10 points if you get it right. Li Daochong snapped his fingers. Lin Nuanyu was left out of the conversation between the adult and the child. However, after hearing their conversation, Lin Nuanyu naturally understood. Chapter 540. 3 million elementary spirit stones for a half-star golden essence pill was definitely a sky-high price. It was not worth it. The price of a 1-star golden essence pill on the black market was just that. The difference between a half-star golden essence pill and a 1-star golden essence pill was not small. Although the golden essence pill was a very good spirit pill that could increase one's cultivation and stimulate one's potential, it was not 100% effective. There was also a possibility that it would be useless. Of course, the higher the star, the better the effect. After consuming a 1-star golden essence pill, there was a 20% chance of breaking through to the Jindan realm. Based on this calculation, a half-star golden essence pill should have a 10% chance of success. Unfortunately, this was not the case. A half-star golden essence pill was a defective product. This was also the reason why the golden essence pill was good, but there was a limit to its price. If it could really help a cultivator break through to the Jindan realm, this pill would be an immortal medicine. Not to mention 3 million elementary spirit stones. Even 3 million advanced spirit stones might not be enough to buy it. After the surrounding cultivators recovered from their shock, they looked at Li Daochong as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. Even if you have money to spend, you shouldn't be spending it like this. Damn it, since you have no use for spirit stones, why don't you give us some to spend? Li Daochong naturally did not care about the surrounding gazes. 3 million elementary spirit stones were naturally nothing to him. He had a few million intermediate spirit stones on him and could spend them as he wished. Li Daochong had the demonic pill and the ice spirit pill. As long as he went to the black prison, he would become rich overnight. He did not care about this little bit of money. 3 million elementary spirit stones were only 30,000 intermediate spirit stones. Jiang Taiyan's face kept twitching as he looked at Li Daochong with a vicious gaze. At this moment, Jiang Ronghua also looked at Li Daochong. However, the latter seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. When others looked at him, he did not care. However, when Jiang Ronghua looked at him, Li Daochong immediately turned around and glanced at Jiang Ronghua with a smile. This glance made Jiang Ronghua's hair stand on end. Li Daochong's voice successfully attracted the depressed Huang Jiron. She stood up and looked at the hall on the first floor. Huang Yuelong's interest was also piqued. 3 million elementary spirit stones was not a small amount. Huang Yuelong walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and glanced at the Jinyuan pill on the stage. He immediately recognized its quality. It wasn't worth 3 million at all. Huang Yuelong knew that Li Daochong had some ability and should not be lacking in spirit stones. However, this guy was so ignorant that his evaluation of him immediately dropped a lot. Li Daochong had indeed surprised Huang Yuelong in the Red Sun Planet's black market fighting arena. At that time, his daughter Huang Jiron was interested in Li Daochong, and Huang Yuelong was somewhat moved. Later, Li Daochong was in the limelight again during the joint examination. The famous general of the Federation, Qin Zhan, personally invited him. leaving a deep impression on Huang Yuelong. However, Li Daocheng seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no news of him. Huang Yuelong had inquired about Li Daocheng on the Red Sun planet. He heard that this kid had offended a lot of people and had escaped. After hearing this news, Huang Yuelong looked down on Li Daocheng. However, his daughter had a soft spot for this kid, which made Huang Yuelong very angry. How could this kind of trash be worthy of his daughter? What was the use of being able to fight? In Huang Yuelong's eyes, Li Daocheng was at most a peak Foundation establishment body, refining cultivator. He was considered a top expert on the Red Sun planet, but it was only limited to a fourth-class cultivation planet. On a second-class cultivation planet like the North Star planet, let alone a Foundation establishment cultivator, even Jindan was nothing. Even an early-stage Yuanian cultivator would not be able to stand up to him. Huang Yuelong was very angry because Huang Jiaran did not agree to marry into the Jiang family. When he thought of his daughter saying that she had someone she liked, Huang Yuelong became even more angry. Judging from his daughter's behavior, the person she liked was most likely Li Daocheng. "Mr. Jiang, do you really want that golden origin pill?" Huang Yuelong suddenly asked. Although Jiang Taiyan was angry, he still restrained himself in front of Huang Yuelong. However, he did not understand why Huang Yuelong suddenly asked this question. He did not think much about it and replied, "Yes." "Good, I will buy this golden origin pill today as my daughter's dowry," Huang Yuelong said with a firm gaze. "Dad, you—" Huang Jiaran almost cried when she heard this. At this time, Zheng Jiao's voice came from below. 3 million going once. 3,500,000. Just as Zheng Jiao's voice fell, Huang Yuelong's voice came from the second floor. The hall on the first floor was once again in an uproar. 3 million was already shocking enough. Everyone thought that the person who bid was a fool. Who would have thought that someone would increase the price by 500,000? Did spirit stones fall from the sky? For a million. Li Daocheng's voice sounded leisurely without any hesitation. When he shouted 4 million, his voice was so calm that it was as if he was taking a nap. Jiang Taiyan's eyes suddenly twitched. When Huang Yuelong shouted 3,500,000, Jiang Taiyan almost hugged Huang Yuelong. This future-in-law was really awesome. After all, the Huang family was an official family. They still had a lot of money. A few million elementary spirit stones were nothing to Huang Yuelong. Jiang Taiyan's old face revealed a sinister smile. He looked at Li Daocheng's eyes as if he was saying, "Kid, increase it again, increase it again." While Jiang Taiyan was feeling proud in his heart, Li Daocheng's bid of 4 million was heard. Jiang Taiyan almost lost his balance and trembled. "4 million? Do you have so many spirit stones?" Huang Yuelong thought that Li Daocheng would not follow the price of 3,500,000. This price was simply burning money. Who would have thought that Li Daocheng would immediately increase the price by 500,000 without any hesitation? At the same time, Zheng Jiao looked at Li Daocheng from the stage. Her eyes were clearly warning Li Daocheng not to be impulsive. Zheng Jiao naturally did not want Li Daocheng to be a fool. This golden origin pill was not worth so much money. Zheng Jiao pressed a small button on her waist, and a rune disappeared from her body. A sound transmission talisman was sent to Li Daocheng. The auction house did not allow sound transmission, but sound transmission talismans could still be used. However, low-grade sound transmission talismans could not be used. Only high-grade sound transmission talismans could avoid detection. Zheng Jiao's sound transmission talisman was worth 100,000 elementary spirit stones. It was a grade 11 sound transmission talisman. It could pass through the starry sky like a radio wave and send it to a distant place. It was definitely a waste to use it here. However, the sensitivity of the spirit arrays in the auction house was extremely high. Sound transmission talismans below grade 10 would be detected immediately. "Mr. Li, don't raise the price anymore. This Jinyuan pill is not worth so much money. If you want it, I can help you get a better one for you." Li Daocheng smiled at Zheng Jiao after receiving the sound transmission. He then sent a message to her using his telekinesis. Li Daocheng's immortal had already surpassed that of a normal soul formation grand cultivator. He did not care about the so-called high-end detection spirit race. Thank you, Ms. Tsang. But Mr. Li does not need the golden origin pill. I just don't want the one on the second floor to buy it. You can host the auction. Don't worry about Mr. Li. Tsing Jiao's heart skipped a beat after receiving the message. Li Daocheng used his telekinesis to send a message. What was more terrifying was that the detection spirit rays did not detect anything. Tsing Jiao looked at Li Daocheng with shock in her eyes. It meant that Li Daocheng's power had improved again. Terrifying, too terrifying. He was not human. Tsing Jiao's attention was no longer on the 4 million. She stared at Li Daocheng in shock. 4.5 million. Huang Yuelong was unwilling to give up and increase the price again. He had to destroy this kid's arrogance in front of his daughter and let her know that this kind of hooligan was just pretending. 5 million. Li Daocheng's voice came after Huang Yuelong. He didn't need any time to think at all. Lin Nuanyu's eyes involuntarily widened. Right now, the price was already double what she could afford. Mr. Li, let's forget about it. I don't really need it. Lin Nuanyu was a bit frightened and said. Lin Nuanyu was happy at first, but when she saw the price soar to such a high level, she suddenly felt more stressed. If Li Daocheng really bought it at a high price and sold it to her for 6 million, would she dare to accept it? Li Daocheng smiled at Lin Nuanyu and didn't say anything. 6 million. Huang Yuelong was anxious. Huang Chu, don't be rash. Jiang Tai, and had mixed feelings. He thought to himself, Huang Chu, you might as well take out your 6 million as a dowry. I don't want the golden origin pill. At this moment, Jiang Tai didn't want the golden origin pill. He bought it for 6 million and only got a half-star golden origin pill, which wasn't even his. He had to give it away as a gift. 10 million. Li Daocheng's voice didn't change at all, but the number increased by a level. This guy is crazy, someone whispered. It can't be. He spent 10 million for a half-star golden origin pill. With so many spirit stones, he can buy anything. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. He's just pretending to be rich. Jiang Tian in the other's private room on the second floor was silent. They all looked down with their mouths wide open in disbelief. Jiang Tian was dumbfounded. A few minutes ago, he actually wanted to fight with this kid. Huang Yuelong's ruthless heart immediately lost its courage after Li Daocheng called out the price of 10 million. Such a crazy bidding finally attracted the attention of the Yuanian cultivators in the VIP room. Chapter 541. The competition for the golden essence pill would not attract the attention of cultivators with real strength. So this auction item was not considered much at all. Not to mention the big shots in the private rooms on the second and third floors. Even the cultivators sitting in the front row of the hall on the first floor did not look at it. It was not rare for cultivators to compete for this golden essence pill. The golden essence pill was indeed a good thing for rogue cultivators and small families. Therefore, when Lin Nuanyu and Jiang Tan bid, it did not attract too much attention. They just treated it as a very ordinary auction. However, when Li Daocheng called out a price of 10 million spirit stones, the powerful cultivators were also attracted. Although they were a little mocking in their hearts, they were also a little curious about this person since he could call out such a high price. After all, 10 million beginner spirit stones was not a small number. It was equivalent to 100,000 intermediate spirit stones. This value had already exceeded the limit of what a foundation establishment cultivator could afford. It was wealth at the level of Jin Dan. Jin Zhonghua and Chun Bingbing were sitting in the front row of the seventh row. After the auction began, they supported a small soundproof spiritual array and chatted among themselves. They were not interested in the auction items that had appeared in front of them. They were waiting for the item they needed to appear. However, when they heard that someone had increased the price by 5 million, Jin Zhonghua and his group's attention was finally attracted. However, before they could find the bidder on the second floor, a bid of 10 million spirit stones came from behind them. Qin Bingbing's small face, which was somewhat beautiful, revealed a surprised expression. Her small mouth opened slightly. Who is so rich? 10 million spirit stones for a golden essence pill? However, Jean Zhonghua was disdainful. How is this a rich person? I think it's more like a fool. I guess it's some nouveau riche cultivator from a remote place. He has spirit stones in his pocket and thinks the golden essence pill is an immortal medicine. In his knowledge, the golden essence pill is probably the top spirit medicine. He doesn't understand the market at all, so he is desperately increasing the price, afraid that it will be snatched away by others. Another companion echoed, I don't know which idiot is bidding. Qin Bingbing turned around to look for the bidder and suddenly said, It's a boastful brat. Jean Zhonghua and his other companions also saw the row of empty seats with only a man, a woman, and a little girl. Jean Zhonghua was a little surprised. I didn't expect this guy to be a nouveau riche. Qin Bingbing had a look of disbelief. Brother Jean, this brat isn't bidding randomly, right? He doesn't look like a rich person. Look, he doesn't even have a decent robe. Where did he get 10 million beginner spirit stones? Jean Zhonghua. The VIP box was located on the 3rd floor, which was the highest level of reception for this auction. A handsome young cultivator in luxurious robes was holding a cup of red spirit wine in his hand as he looked down with a pair of gloomy eyes. Originally, this young cultivator's attention was focused on Tang Xian, who was in the opposite booth. This young man was one of the special guests of this auction, the general manager of the Sky Flying Shuttle, Lin Pe. Boss Lin, is there something wrong with this guy's head? He spent 10 million beginner spirit breakthrough pills. Even if he used those spirit stones to cultivate, they would be better than the golden origin pills. Yu Xiaolan stood behind Lin Pe respectfully and looked down at the row of empty seats as if she was looking at an idiot. Poverty has limited my imagination. Xiaolan, it looks like we're still too poor, Lin Pe joked. Yu Xiaolan rolled her eyes and muttered in her heart, You're the general manager of the Sky Flying Shuttle. If you're poor, then there are no rich people in the world. Don't roll your eyes at me. Lin Pe took a sip of the red spirit wine. His sitting posture did not change at all. He looked down as if he had eyes at the back of his head. Yu Xiaolan's little head shrank back, and she stuck out her little tongue like a little girl who had done something wrong. She was startled, but she still tried to defend herself. Boss Lin, I didn't roll my eyes. Rolling your eyes is a small matter. Lying is a big matter. Your bonus for this month will be canceled. Boss Lin, don't. Xiaolan was wrong. Yu Xiaolan cried out when she heard that her bonus would be deducted. Then sing the theme song of the movie that Tang Xian starred in for Boss Lin. If you sing it well, then your bonus won't be canceled. Lin Pe gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. Boss Lin, aren't you going to have dinner with Miss Tang tonight? Let the original singer sing it for you. If I sing it, wouldn't that be like showing off in front of an expert? Yu Xiaolan said coquettishly. If you don't sing, then your bonus will be deducted. Lin Pe raised his wine glass and raised it toward Tang Xian, who was looking over from the opposite room. The latter was also holding a glass of red spirit wine. Tang Xian was the spokesperson for the Sky Flying Shuttle, so she naturally couldn't embarrass Lin Pe. Thus, she also raised her glass. Yu Xiaolan pouted. She was helpless against her boss's bad taste. For the sake of her bonus, she had no choice but to sing. Thus, she could only take a deep breath, find her groove, and open her mouth to sing. Lin Pe listened to the song with an expression of enjoyment. He closed his eyes and tapped his hand rhythmically on his knee. At the same time, in another VIP room, Chu Jialua looked at Li Daochong in surprise. He didn't expect this kid to be so rich. He even put in so much effort to bid for a golden origin pill. Young master, do you want me to investigate this kid's background? A middle-aged man with a serious expression standing behind Chu Jialua asked. The middle-aged man had a square face and a dignified expression. His aura was concealed, but as long as one got close to him, they could feel a strong pressure. His cultivation was even higher than Chu Jialua's. He was a cultivator in the middle stage of yuanying, while Chu Jialua was in the early stage of yuanying. The middle-aged man was the assistant and bodyguard of Chu Jialua, the vice president of Xinghun Mining. His name was Ji Maosheng, and he was also a guest of the Chu family. Back then, he had followed the old master of the Chu family to conquer the world and founded Xinghun Mining. His position didn't seem high, but he was actually one of the core figures of the company. No need. I'll ask Wei Ziying myself. This kind of person isn't worth wasting resources on. Chu Jiao's tone was calm, but his eyes were filled with jealousy. He was extremely unhappy when he thought of this kid meeting Wei Ziying alone. As for the matter of his sister being thrown out of the auction house, he didn't care at all. Young Master Chu, someone who could be invited by Miss Wei, may not be simple. There's nothing wrong with investigating. Ji Maosheng was meticulous. His opinion was completely different from Chu Jiao's. He always felt that this young man didn't seem to be pretending. Just now, when this person threw Xiang Yichun and Chu Yin ran out of the auction house, he showed a move that ordinary cultivators couldn't do. Earlier, Ji Maosheng didn't go down with Chu Jiao. Instead, he was in the private room checking the items that the Chu family wanted to buy today. At first, he didn't care about this matter, but when Li Daochong made a move, it attracted the attention of this Yuanying mid-stage cultivator. Uncle Ji, I'll take care of that kid myself. I really don't need your help. Chu Jialuo refused. As long as it was something to do with Wei Ziying, Chu Jialuo would immediately become a hot-blooded man who wanted to show off in front of the woman he loved. 10 years ago, the 11-year-old Wei Ziying once said to the 18-year-old Chu Jialuo, "Don't think you're so great. If you leave the Chu family, you're nothing." This sentence deeply hurt Chu Jialuo, so when he came in contact with Wei Ziying later, Chu Jialuo was determined not to rely on his family. This was also the reason why he was able to reach the early Yuanying stage at the age of 28 with his mediocre talent. The reason why Chu Jialuo didn't fall out with Li Daochong earlier was because he wanted to use his own strength to trample this guy in front of Wei Ziying. Regardless of family background, Chu Jialuo was confident that he could instantly kill this kid who came out of nowhere. Compared to the two VIP rooms, the other VIP room wasn't as calm. After entering the room, Tang Guangbei had been busy with various matters. After listing the items that the Tang family needed, he also had to filter out the items that might be potential competitors. Thus, Old Man Tang didn't pay attention to anything else until Li Daochong made a bid. Li Daochong had left a deep impression on Tang Guangbei during the 13th Spectre auction, so much so that Tang Guangbei had already reached the point where it was a conditioned reflex. This was Rado Shinji, who instantly killed the Grand Wizard and turned the tide during the 13th Spectre auction. He was a super cultivator comparable to a soul formation cultivator. It was hard for Tang Guangbei not to remember Li Daochong's unique voice. "Third Grandpa, what's wrong?" Tang Jinan looked at the dazed Tang Guangbei and asked. "Jinan, no matter what item that young man who just made a bid, our Tang family won't participate in it," Tang Guangbei immediately said after coming back to his senses. Tang Jinan was dumbfounded. He didn't understand Tang Guangbei's sudden words at all. As for the nervousness on Tang Guangbei's old face, it was even harder to understand. Tang Jinan looked at the young man below and then at Tang Guangbei. He was completely confused. "Third Grandpa, does that young man have some background? But even if he does, what does our Tang family have to be afraid of in the Shenghua Federation?" Tang Guangbei glared at Tang Jinan. In terms of cultivation, Tang Guangbei wasn't as good as this junior of his, but after all, he was Tang Jinan's grandfather, and he was also an indispensable technical-type cultivator of the Tang family, so Tang Jinan had to listen to him. If you don't listen to your elders, you'll be at a disadvantage. If I tell you not to participate, then don't participate. Tang Guangbei had promised Li Daochong that he wouldn't tell anyone about the 13 Spectre auction, so he naturally wouldn't. He didn't dare to tell anyone, so he couldn't explain it to Tang Jinan and could only take advantage of his seniority. Tang Jinan was inexplicably rebuked and could only shrug. "You're the grandpa. You have the final say." In the 4th VIP room, a faint smile appeared on Tang Xian's breathtakingly beautiful face. "Student Li, you're so low-key. You came to the auction quietly. It's not like you don't have my transmission number. Wouldn't it be better if I brought you along with me if you only called me sister?" Chapter 542. The bidding price of 10 million silenced the crowd. Huang Yuelong stared blankly at the calm Li Daochong. He didn't dare to raise the bid again. What if Li Daochong didn't raise the bid again? What if he spent more than 10 million elementary spirit stones to buy a half-star golden essence pill? Wasn't that stupid? No matter how impulsive Huang Yuelong was, he wouldn't raise the bid again. A sinister smile appeared on Jiang Tai's old face as he said, "Director Huang, forget it. If that brat is willing to spend 10 million, then let him spend it. It's not worth it for a half-star golden origin pill." It's obvious that this is his first time participating in an auction. He has no experience. Now that he's bidding, he can only watch helplessly when something good appears later. Huang Yuelong had a way out, so he nodded and stopped raising the bid. Sung Jiao's voice sounded, 10 million going twice, 10 million going thrice. Deal, this golden essence pill belongs to you. Sung Jiao pointed at Li Daochong and said. Soon, a tall and graceful hostess took the golden essence pill and walked in front of Li Daochong. Sir, do you want to pay with cash or by card? Many cultivators stared at Li Daochong. Some were waiting to see a joke, while others were curious. Those who were waiting to see a joke thought that this country bumpkin didn't understand what an auction was all about. Do you think it's fun to just shout the price? You'll have to fork out real money to do that. After the hostess handed the golden essence pill to Li Daochong, he casually threw a storage bag to her. The hostess was stunned. She didn't expect that this young man would give her cash. She used her mental force to check the storage bag. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones were lying in the storage bag. They were sparkling, and their quality was better than ordinary mid-grade spirit stones. After the hostess withdrew her mental force, she glanced at Li Daochong with her charming eyes. Then, she turned around and went on stage. Of course, Sung Jiao knew that Li Daochong was rich. She took the storage bag from the hostess and didn't even look at it before handing it to the auctioneer behind her. The next item is a little special. It's 2 mid-grade mystic spirit treasures. They were made by a master 200 years ago. Their name is Ning Shuang. They used to be the natal dharma treasure of a peak Jin Dan cultivator. However, this peak Jin Dan cultivator sacrificed himself on 13 Spectre 2 months ago and left these 2 flying swords behind. His descendants didn't have any cultivators, so he entrusted these 2 treasures to the auction, in the hopes that he could find a cultivator who could make use of them. 1. Mystic spirit treasures weren't something that could be found easily. They were very rare on the black market. They were definitely in high demand, especially for mid-grade dharma treasures. Their prices weren't too outrageous. If a cultivator didn't have a good dharma treasure, their strength would immediately increase by a level. If they had a matching dharma treasure, they could even increase their strength by 2 levels. Chun Bingbing, who was sitting beside Jin Zhonghua, looked at the 2 Ning Shuang flying swords on stage with sparkling eyes. Brother Jin, it's Ning Shuang. Chun Bingbing's voice was a little excited. She was here today for this item. Chun Bingbing had just entered the Peak Foundation establishment stage not long ago. She was only a step away from the Jin Dance stage. She had always been using a heaven-grade dharma treasure. Although it wasn't bad, it could only be considered ordinary. As she was about to enter the Jin Dance stage, she was extremely eager to obtain a mystic spirit treasure. That way, she could greatly increase her strength. Bingbing, go ahead and bid. If you don't have enough spirit stones, Brother Jin will make up for the rest, Jin Zhonghua said generously. Thank you, Brother Jin. Chun Bingbing beamed with joy. Her voice was soft and numb, causing Jin Zhonghua's heart to skip a beat. Jin Zhonghua had been pursuing Chun Bingbing for a period of time. The latter had neither agreed nor rejected him. The relationship between the two was very subtle. In the eyes of outsiders, they were already a couple. However, that was only on the surface. Everything was just a formality. There was no real relationship between them. Jin Zhonghua was anxious in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. The Chen clan behind Chun Bingbing was not to be trifled with. Other than being patient, Jin Zhonghua did not dare to use force. Jin Zhonghua looked like a burly man, but his mind was not rough. He knew how to please a girl and was not stingy. A few minutes later, the price of the Ning Shuang flying sword had soared to 7 million, 3 million. Chun Bingbing finally opened her mouth to raise the price. The starting price of an auction would always be far lower than the market price. The most ordinary mystic spirit treasure would cost at least 3 million. The better quality ones would cost 4 million. For a middle-grade mystic spirit treasure like the Ning Shuang flying sword, if it appeared in the market, its price would definitely not be lower than 6 million. Therefore, Chen Bingbing did not raise the price at the beginning because it was meaningless. In her heart, the starting price was 3 million. Originally, she wanted to wait a little longer. However, her eagerness to obtain the Ning Shuang made her unable to hold back. She directly raised the price by 300,000. 5 million. Just as Chen Bingbing called out, another man in the front row immediately raised the price. Jin Zhonghua turned to look. That man did not hide his aura. He was a late Jindan realm cultivator. Jin Zhonghua naturally did not dare to be rash. If his cultivation was weaker, he would definitely warn him with his eyes. 8 million. Chen Bingbing immediately raised the price. 4 million. The voice raising the price came from another direction. Another cultivator had joined in the bidding for the Ning Shuang flying sword. Jin Zhonghua frowned. He told Chen Bingbing that if the auction did not have enough spirit stones, he would make up for the rest. However, in his heart, he still felt some heartache. Naturally, he hoped that the final price would not be too high. Jin Zhonghua naturally knew how many spirit stones Chen Bingbing had brought. It was exactly 8 million elementary spirit stones. This was the capital that her father had given her to participate in this auction. Jin Zhonghua estimated that the final price of the Ning Shuang flying sword would be between 11 million and 12 million. After all, these were 2 flying swords, and they were middle-grade mysterious spirit treasures. It was normal for such a price to be raised. However, this was under the condition that there were not many cultivators competing for it. If there were many cultivators competing for it, the final price would be unpredictable. 5 million. Just as Chen Bingbing was about to raise the price, a bid came from the private room on the second floor. Jin Zhonghua's heart skipped a beat. The thing that he was most worried about had happened. There were also people above who wanted it. This made things difficult. Although the current price was only 5 million, Jin Zhonghua had an ominous premonition that the final price was likely to exceed his own estimate. Chen Bingbing was a little anxious. 5 million. 6 million. That male cultivator followed. 5 million. Another cultivator immediately raised the price without hesitation. 7 million. The person in the private room on the second floor was even more straightforward. Sweat oozed out of Jin Zhonghua's forehead. His hand subconsciously touched the storage ring on his pinky finger. It contained the 2,500 spirit stones that he had just collected a few days ago. Half of them were given by his family. The remaining half was his own savings, and some of his belongings were sold. The remaining 5 million spirit stones were borrowed from someone. Jin Zhonghua originally wanted to give 5 million to Chen Bingbing to make her happy. However, 5 million was the limit of what he could afford. If he gave more, it would be difficult for him to get the item that he wanted. 8 million. Chen Bingbing was really anxious. There were so many people bidding, and each of them was calmer than the last. This was not a good sign. She did not expect the Ning Shuang flying sword to be so popular. After Li Daochong bought the Jinyuan pill, he handed it to Lin Nuanyu. Mr. Li, I don't want it. You spent so much money, Even though Lin Nuanyu was very enthusiastic about the Jinyuan pill, when she thought about how Li Daochong had spent 10 million to buy it, she felt uneasy and did not dare to accept it. The price difference was too big. Lin Nuanyu was also aware of Li Daochong's ability. She was the one who took his money. After being in miscellaneous Treasure Street for so many years, Lin Nuanyu had seen a lot of messy things. Cultivators were not fools. No one would do something that did not benefit them. She did not believe that a free lunch would fall from the sky. She was really not familiar with Li Daochong. Take it, I'll give it to you. I have no use for it. I'm very satisfied with store number 18. Take this Jinyuan pill as my thank you gift. Li Daochong's words were sincere. If he had not absorbed the devil's lingering thoughts in store number 18, he might not have been able to survive after going to 13 Spectre. It would have been better if Li Daochong did not mention it. Once he mentioned store number 18, Lin Nuanyu wished she could find a hole to hide in. She had sold store number 18 with the mentality of scamming people. It was just that, until now, Lin Wan still couldn't figure out why something had happened to all the other people who had checked in at shop number 18, except for Li Daochong. Moreover, ever since Li Daochong checked in, nothing strange had happened there. This gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. Lin Nuanyu was alert and did not dare to accept it. Sister Nuanyu, take it. Xiaoling River had a good impression of Lin Nuanyu. Seeing that she did not want it, she was anxious. In Xiaoling River's heart, as long as it was someone she liked, she would want them to be better. Although Li Daochong had spent a lot, after Xiaoling River interacted with Li Daochong, she knew that Brother Daochong was very powerful. 10 million was a huge sum in the eyes of others, but it was nothing to Brother Daochong. If you feel embarrassed to accept it, then don't charge me a middleman fee when I ask you for help in the future. How about that? Li Daochong continued. Li Daochong naturally did not plan to give it to Lin Nuanyu for free. This boss Lin might be useful in the future when he renovated Blue Bay Star. Lin Nuanyu struggled in her heart for a while. She really needed the Jinyuan pill. Hearing Li Daochong's words, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, then I'll boldly accept it. Mr. Li, if you need anything in the future, I, Lin Nuanyu, will do my best to help you." As she spoke, she took the Jinyuan pill and put it away. "Lingxi, do you want a magic treasure?" Li Daochong smiled and looked at Xiaoling River. "Of course I want it, but Brother Daochong, I'm only 9 years old. My spirit meridians have not awakened, so I can't use spirit energy. I can't use a magic treasure at all." Xiaoling River's eyes lit up at first, but soon her expression darkened. "Who said that you must use spirit energy to use a magic treasure? If you want it, Brother Daochong will buy it for you. I guarantee that you can use it," Li Daochong immediately said. "Really?" Xiaoling River's cute little face was full of confusion. "Of course," Li Daochong said with certainty. 12 million. Chen Bingbing's voice carried a bit of determination. 13 million. 14 million. Just as Chen Bingbing's voice fell, 2 consecutive bids came from 2 directions, both increasing by 1 million. Jin Zhong's face was ashen, and he tried hard to restrain his expression. 15 million. Chen Bingbing was desperate. Jin Zhong's heart was bleeding. This meant that he had to fill the gap of 7 million. He shouted in his heart, "Big brother, big brothers, don't increase the price anymore. Enough, it's about time. Can you do a good deed? Why are you bleeding for 2 flying swords? Don't you want the good stuff later?" It was unknown whether these big brothers had heard Jin Zhong's prayer, or if the price of 15 million had exceeded their upper limit. Suddenly, it became quiet, and no one increased the price. 15 million going once. Sung Jiao finally began to count. Jin Zhong's hanging heart fell slightly, and his ashen face also eased. Although 7 million had exceeded his initial budget, it was still within an acceptable range. 15 million going twice. Sing Jiao continued to count. "Bing Bing, the frost flying swords are yours. Congratulations." Jin Zhongwu whispered in the soundproof array. Then he took out and transferred 7 million spirit stones into his storage bag and handed it to Chen Bingbing. Chen Bingbing looked at the 2 frost flying swords on the stage with a flowery smile on her face. 20 million. F*CK, Jin Zhongwu screamed in his heart, and his outstretched hand stiffened in the air. Chen Bingbing's smile froze in an instant. Her delicate body shook, and she looked in the direction of the voice. Li Daochong was like a prophet. At this time, he looked at Chen Bingbing, smiled, and waved his hand. He mouthed, "I want all your auction items." Jin Zhongwa also looked over. When they saw Li Daochong, their expressions were wonderful. After the bid of 20 million was made, there was 2 or 3 seconds of silence in the entire auction house. Then, there was an uproar. Just now, the price of 10 million Jinyuan Dan was already crazy enough. Is he going to do it again? Are you trying to kill me? Who's so rich? It's over. The guys who came to the auction this time are all crazy. I'm afraid I won't get the item I want. Are spirit stones so easy to get now? Who is it this time? Hey, it seems to be the kid who just bought the Jinyuan Dan for 10 million. It's him again. What does he want to do? The companion sitting next to Chun Bingbing looked puzzled. Chapter 543. Chun Bingbing's tender and beautiful face, at this time, looked somewhat ferocious. She naturally understood Li Daocheng's lips. Ning Shuang, my Ning Shuang, was snatched away by a country bumpkin. 20 million. This number was too high for Chun Bingbing. Even with Jin Zhong was promised to cover the difference, she did not dare to raise the price. Jin Zhong's heart was restless after glancing at Li Daocheng. He turned his face to look at Chun Bingbing. Jin Zhong's heart was praying, Bingbing, don't be impulsive, don't call out. If you call out again, this brother will go bankrupt. Jin Zhongwo was scared to death. Chun Bingbing's temper was very impulsive. This time she called out 25 million. Then the one who would die would be him, Jin Zhongwa. He would have to take out 17 million to cover the difference. 20 million going once. Sung Jiao began to call out. Chun Bingbing clenched her teeth, a pair of small hands tightly clenched together. She could not wait to pounce on Li Daocheng and scratch his face. Brother Jin, I really want those 2 Ning Shuang flying swords. Chun Bingbing calmed down and looked at Jin Zhongwa for help. Thump! Jin Zhongwa's heart jumped. Suddenly riding a tiger, he did not know what to say. 20 million going twice. Chun Bingbing anxiously hugged Jin Zhongwa's arm and whispered in his ear, Brother Jin, if you help me get Ning Shuang, we can cultivate that cultivation method together. Remember that we are dual cultivation partners. The orchid fragrance gently blew on Jin Zhongwa's earlobe. His heart rippled, and his breathing became rapid. He had never been so close to Chun Bingbing. The softness on his arm made his lower abdomen burn. Under the confusion, Jin Zhongwa's mind was bewitched. He really liked Chun Bingbing, this type of female cultivator. Spirit stones were just worldly possessions. A female cultivator that he liked was not easy to find. If he missed this village, there would not be another shop. Jin Zhongwa's heart struggled for a moment. Suddenly his neck felt a wet, cold kiss on his lips. Jin Zhongwa clenched his teeth. With a look of desperation, he opened his mouth to call out a price. 20 million going thrice. 21 million. Sung Jiao and Jin Zhongwa's voices sounded almost at the same time, but the latter was obviously half a beat slower. Sung Jiao smiled and looked at Jin Zhongwa apologetically. Mister, I'm sorry, but your bid has exceeded the time limit. According to the rules, you can't continue. The frost-condensing flying sword belongs to this mister. At this moment, Chun Bingbing's heart sank to the bottom of the ocean. The item that she was so determined to get was being bought by someone else. Under the gazes of many cultivators, the young lady once again came before Li Daocheng and handed over 2 silver-white frost-flying swords that were more than 4 feet long to him. Just like before, Li Daocheng tossed out a spatial bag containing 200,000 medial grade spirit stones. The hostess's eyes shone brighter as she looked at Li Daocheng. When she received the storage bag, her slender hand inadvertently touched Li Daocheng's hand. Her index finger deliberately fiddled with Li Daocheng's palm. However, Li Daocheng acted as if he didn't feel anything and withdrew his hand. As for the frost condensation flying sword, he stored it into his storage ring. I didn't know that this guy was so rich. Someone sighed. I've never seen this kid before. He looks very unfamiliar. TCH, maybe he's a bit rich. However, if he continues to spend like this, he'll soon run out of money. I reckon he's about to reach his limit. That's right, that's right. If I had so many spirit stones, I wouldn't be so stupid. He spent 30 million medial grade spirit stones in exchange for a half-star golden origin pill and 2 barely passable flying swords. If it were me, I could at least buy 1 or 2 more items of similar quality. He's a fool with a lot of money. It's none of your business. At this moment, Xiang Dingtian's face was gloomy. Ever since he entered the room, his gaze had never left Li Daocheng. This kid had thrown his son out in public and humiliated the Xiang family. No matter what, he had to find a way to teach him a lesson. However, Xiang Dingtian never thought that this kid would be so rich. He had spent 30 million medial grade spirit stones on 2 very ordinary items in a row without even batting an eyelid. Xiang Dingtian's assistant standing behind him said, "Investigate this kid's background for me." Finally, Xiang Dingtian could no longer sit still. Wei Xing's invitation and her actions were rich and overbearing. If Xiang Dingtian still thought that this kid was just an ordinary cultivator, he would have wasted all these years. The commotion on the first floor was quickly interrupted by the continuing auction. After 10 items had been auctioned, everyone gradually forgot about what had just happened. The following items were each more precious than the previous one, and the price also increased accordingly. The number of cultivators participating in the auction on the second floor had also increased significantly. Li Daocheng's bid of 20 million medial grade spirit stones was quickly broken and refreshed again. Of course, in terms of value for money, Li Daocheng was still the highest bidder. The following items were of higher grades, and naturally, their prices were also higher. The highest price so far was a Tongxian grade cultivation technique. Its price soared to 35 million medial grade spirit stones and was won by a cultivator on the second floor. There was also a Millennium Snowflower that was sold at a high price of 31 million and 500,000 medial grade spirit stones. In the beginning, many cultivators were anticipating that Li Daocheng would participate in the auction, but he suddenly stopped bidding. Half an hour later, Chun Bingbing was still immersed in the loneliness of losing her frost-flying sword. Her pair of beautiful eyes would occasionally look towards Li Daocheng, her gaze filled with resentment and anger. "Brother Jean, that kid must be holding a grudge against us for mocking him before, so he purposely snatched the item I wanted. He is taking revenge." Chun Bingbing was still unable to calm down. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. "I also feel that he is doing it on purpose." A female cultivator sitting on the other side of Chun Bingbing said, "This kid must have used up all the medial grade spirit stones he brought. He did not bid after that." "Bingbing, don't worry. When the auction is over, I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. I will let him know how stupid it is to provoke us." Jean Zhonghua smiled sinisterly. The opportunity to stand up for a beauty was not something that could be encountered every day. It was a rare opportunity to win the heart of a beauty. So how could he miss it? "Brother Jean, can you help me snatch the frost-flying sword?" Chun Bingbing raised her eyes and looked weakly at Jean Zhonghua, her gaze filled with anticipation. Jean Zhonghua hesitated for a moment. Snatching Dharma treasures was prohibited in the Federation. If it was discovered, the light punishment would be forced labor and the heavy punishment would be exile. However, nothing was absolute. Even now, the Federation had been promoting the cultivation method, hoping to popularize it in the cultivation world and actively push the Great Cultivation Era into a more civilized period. However, snatching Dharma treasures still happened from time to time. Even killing people to snatch Dharma treasures was not a rare thing. The Federation was so big. Just the cultivation planets alone numbered in the hundreds, and there was also a vast wilderness. Not to mention the remote areas. Even on the bustling high-level cultivation planets, robberies still happened every day. "Brother Jean, didn't you say that you won't marry anyone else but me?" Chun Bingbing's expression was tender as she looked at Jean Zhonghua affectionately. "Okay, I will help you snatch it." Jean Zhonghua's brain heated up, and he immediately agreed. "Thank you, Brother Jean." The haze on Chun Bingbing's face instantly disappeared, and half of her body leaned on Jean Zhonghua. Baidu search. 81 Chinese website. No advertising message. Chapter 544. Jean Zhonghua's face was full of enjoyment. He reached out and hugged Chun Bingbing. The woman he had been thinking about day and night was finally in his arms. He felt like he had reached the peak of his life. The next auction item is a very rare material. When the demon race was still flourishing, this material was relatively common and the price was moderate. But now that the demon race is on the verge of extinction, the price of this material is like bamboo shoots after the rain, rapidly increasing to the point where it can't even be bought with spirit stones. When an item that was estimated to be a hot item was brought up, Zheng Jiao couldn't help but give a brief introduction. This was also a very effective psychological hint to remind the buyers that if they wanted to get it, they had to bleed. This item is Usnea venom. It's 50 milliliters in total. I won't go into too much detail about Usnea Venom. Everyone should know about it. The starting price is 3 million elementary spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 100,000. The auction begins. As soon as the Usnea Venom appeared, it attracted the attention of all the technical type cultivators. It was an important material for making high-level talismans and spirit inks. It could be used for all talismans below level 20. In addition, it was also a core material for refining some spirit medicines and spirit liquids. It was the rarest item among all the items that had appeared so far, because the snake race among the demon race was almost extinct. According to incomplete statistics, there were no more than 500 snakes left. Usnea Venom could only be secreted by snake demons. Of course, such a high-end material was naturally useless for low-level cultivators. Of course, even if it was useful, they didn't dare to think about it. The price was really frightening. In the last few decades, the price of Usnea Venom had increased dozens of times. It was in the top 10 of the items that had increased the most. Many cultivators regretted not buying a bottle of Usnea Venom. 60 or 70 years ago, 50 milliliters would cost no more than 50,000 elementary spirit stones. Now, even 40 million wasn't enough to buy it. Buying a bottle back then and saving it until now was a great deal. Seeing the Usnea Venom, Xiang Dingtian immediately narrowed his eyes. For the first time, he shifted his gaze from Li Daochong to the bottle of clear liquid displayed in the spirit array on the stage. This was the Xiang clan's only goal at this auction. On the Black Prison, there was a buyer who pre-ordered the Usnea poison from Xiang Dingtian, offering 80 million elementary spirit stones for 50 milliliters. This far exceeded the black market price. The highest bid at the auction was 50 million. Even if Xiang Dingtian won the bid for 60 million yuan, he could make 20 million yuan from the resale. This kind of easy and profitable deal was his favorite. 5 million. As soon as Zheng Jiao finished speaking, someone directly increased the bid by 2 million. This increase was the highest among the initial bids so far. 7 million. Following that, a private room on the second floor immediately called out a price. 10 million. A voice came from the VIP room on the third floor for the first time. Everyone was very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of old man Xian Kong, who had come out to maintain order at the start of the auction. Xiang Dingtian frowned slightly. Standing behind him, the Xiang clan's grand elder, Xiang Yuanlei, said, "Old man Xian Kong is involved. This is a bit troublesome." Xiang Dingtian's expression changed slightly. Then, he said, "Old man Xian Kong has nothing to worry about. Our Xiang clan is not afraid of a patrol guard. He's just a rogue cultivator. The old ancestors' closed-door cultivation is coming to an end. When he comes out, he'll be at the Yuanying intermediate stage. He'll be on the same level as old man Xian Kong. If old man Xian Kong doesn't know what's good for him, he won't be a patrol guard anymore." 15 million. Just as the Xiang clan's people were talking, the price had already reached 15 million. People were calling out bids one after another. There were people from the first floor, second floor, and third floor. The lowest bid was 100,000, while the highest bid was 1 million. 20 million. Xiang Dingtian smiled coldly and called out a price. Increasing bit by bit was purely a waste of time. Xiang Dingtian had always been decisive. When it was time to bid, he would bid without mercy. He immediately increased the bid by 5 million, chasing away those who wanted to join the fun. 21 million. 22 million. The stare-like bidding quieted down. Only 2 people were still bidding. One was the cultivator from the second floor, and the other was old man Xian Kong from the third floor. With the addition of these 3 big shots, the others were well aware that they shouldn't join in the fun. Even if they could, they wouldn't dare. Offending these 3 wouldn't do them any good. They wouldn't be able to survive on planet Polaris in the future. 30 million. Xiang Dingtian's voice was loud and clear. The scene was in an uproar. He increased the price by 8 million. What did it mean to be rich and overbearing? This was what it meant to be rich and overbearing. Good heavens, this Xiang clan has never made a move before, but once they do, they're going all out. Jin Zhonghua, who was hugging a gentle fragrance, was also attracted and praised. Chun Bingbing looked at the second floor enviously. In fact, Xiang Yichun of the Xiang clan was the man she wanted. Unfortunately, Xiang Yichun's target was Chu Yanran of the Chu clan. The Jin clan was still too weak. If Xiang Yichun pursued her, who would dare to compete with her for the 2 frozen frost swords today? No matter how rich that guy was, he couldn't be as rich as the Xiang clan. Chun Bingbing got angry just thinking about it. She couldn't help but glare at Li Daochong. Chu Jiao was also interested in the usnia poison. He was about to bid when Ji Maoxing stopped him. Young Master Chu, since the Xiang clan is bidding like this, they must get it. We don't need it. Let them fight for it. Chu Jialua didn't comment and didn't bid in the end. 35 million. Old man Xian Kong's voice came faintly. 40 million. Xiang Ding Tian didn't even think about it. He added another 5 million. This time, the scene quieted down. There were no more immediate bids. 40 million was the critical point. They had to be careful if they increased the price again. 41 million. 3 or 4 seconds later, the cultivator on the second floor added another million. Old man Shin Kong was silent. 45 million. Xiang Ding Tian clenched his fists and made a firm bid. Well, the Xiang clan is determined to get it. Everyone else can forget about it. Yeah, even old man Shin Kong gave up. Who do we think we are? On the second floor, the cultivator who was calling out the price was having a bitter conversation with his companions. There were exclamations below. Many young female cultivators looked at the Xiang clan's box on the second floor with yearning. Their desire to get married was obvious. If they married into the Xiang clan, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Why don't I see young Master Xiang? A female cultivator suddenly asked. Don't you know? I heard that young Master Xiang was thrown out of the auction house before the auction started. What? How is that possible? Who dares to touch young Master Xiang? You must have heard it wrong. It's true, and it was in front of Xiang Ding Tian. It said that person has a close relationship with the Wei clan. That's why Xiang Ding Tian didn't dare to say anything when his son was thrown out. The Wei clan? No wonder. Only a super giant like the Wei clan can make the Xiang clan afraid. 45 million going once. Seeing that no one increased the price, Zhang Jiao began to call out the number. At the same time, Chun Bingbing stared at Li Daochong. The latter smiled and waved at Chun Bingbing again as a greeting. Then he said loudly, 50 million. Chun Bingbing's delicate body suddenly trembled. She looked at Li Daochong with shock and disbelief. Jin Zhongguo was petrified in his seat. When Li Daochong's familiar voice sounded in the auction house, the whole auction house fell silent. In an instant, it fell into silence. Chapter 545. On the second floor, when Xiang Ding Tian thought he could make another 5 million, a clear voice called out the price of 50 million. The smile on Xiang Ding Tian's face froze instantly. Who dares to compete with the Xiang family? With this bid, the Xiang family's 5 million yuan profit was gone. Xiang Ding Tian looked at the voice, and his eyes fell on Li Daochong again. His face turned pale. It's this guy again. After a few seconds of silence, many cultivators exclaimed, it's this guy again. What a rich guy. After Li Daochong won the frost sword at such a high price, almost everyone believed that this kid's pockets were almost empty and that he would not participate in any more auctions. Who would have thought that after some time, this guy would bid 50 million? How many spirit stones does he have? At this time, Princess Catherine, who was sitting in the box on the second floor, was puzzled. She did not understand why her host would bid for the item she had provided. Princess Catherine had mentioned to Li Daochong in advance that she would take the usnia venom to the auction, and the latter had agreed. 52 million. Xiang Ding Tian glared at Li Daochong and called out the price before Zhang Jiao called out the price. His eyes were full of warning. Boy, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now you are making trouble in the auction. Do you really think the Xiang family is a pushover? Xiang Ding Tian's face was extremely gloomy. If looks could kill, Li Daochong would have been killed hundreds of times. However, Li Daochong looked straight at Xiang Ding Tian and continued to bid without any pause. 60 million. You. Xiang Ding Tian was about to explode. Li Daochong made a gesture of spreading his hands to Xiang Dingtian. 61 million. Xiang Dingtian bid again. Every time the price increased, the Xiang family's profit would be sharply reduced. 70 million. Li Daochong followed. Most of the cultivators present focused their eyes on Li Daochong. At this moment, no one thought he was an ordinary upstart. Many female cultivators began to pay attention to Li Daochong. Why hadn't they seen such a rich master before? He was young, generous, and didn't have a high status, but he was definitely a rare breed. Several beautiful female cultivators in the back row quickly judged the situation and reacted quickly. When they saw that Li Daochong's row was almost empty, they actually took the initiative to stand up and move to Li Daochong's row. Not long after, more than a dozen empty seats were filled by a group of female cultivators, scrambling to get closer to Li Daochong. Xiaoling River looked vigilant, her big eyes warning these shameless female cultivators from time to time. It was as if they were saying, "Oomph, what a bunch of snobs. Why didn't you come over just now? Now that you see that brother Daochong is rich, you want to hook up with him? Dream on. As long as I'm here, I definitely won't let you bunch of gold diggers get close to Daochong Gidge." Lin Nuanyu looked at Li Daochong in astonishment, as if she had seen something amazing. She knew that Li Daochong was rich, but she had never expected him to be so rich that he didn't even blink when bidding 70 million. Xiang Dingtian's face kept twitching. "Mr. Xiang, 75 million is the limit. If it exceeds 80 million, we don't need to buy it," the assistant next to him reminded him. "I know. I don't need you to remind me." Xiang Dingtian snorted. He could have easily made a lot of money, but now was completely ruined by this guy. 75 million. Xiang Dingtian reluctantly raised the price again. As soon as Xiang Dingtian finished his bid, everyone looked at Li Daochong at the same time. Everyone was looking forward to what price Li Daochong would bid again. On one side was the Xiang family, and on the other side was a young upstart who obviously didn't lack money. The price of this auction would not exceed 100 million. Every cultivator present was looking forward to it. But this time, Li Daochong didn't make a move and didn't intend to bid again. The cultivators who were looking forward to a bloody bidding war were disappointed. Soon, Zheng Jiao counted to 3. The Xiang family bought the 50-milliliter bottle of usnea poison at a high price of 7,500 spirit stones. Princess Catherine, who was puzzled, finally understood Li Daochong's intention. He was deliberately raising the price so that the Xiang family would be taken advantage of. After Xiang Dingtian reluctantly paid 75 million spirit stones to buy the usnea poison, Li Daochong smiled at him again and said clearly, "Thank you." His voice wasn't loud, but Xiang Dingtian heard it clearly. However, he couldn't figure out the meaning of these two words for the time being. There were good and bad items in the following auction, but Li Daochong didn't bid again. The female cultivators who came over all showed some disdain on their faces and regretted their behavior just now. "This kid doesn't have that much money. I was fooled. I thought he was going to be a rich husband. I overestimated him." Two female cultivators whispered to each other with disdain on their faces. The next item was created by an alchemist from the Kuan Empire. Originally, it was to be auctioned off in the Kuan Empire, but thanks to the efforts of the North Star government, it was decided that this item would be auctioned off at Miscellaneous Treasure Street. I'm sure many fellow Taoists have already heard of this item. Starting with this item, the next items will be the finale of the auction. There are 15 items in total, each of them a rare gem. If you're interested, don't miss out. All right, I won't keep you in suspense. The first item of the finale is the 9 Transformation Heavenly Pill. The starting price is 8 million spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 200,000 spirit stones. The bidding begins now. After Zheng Jiao's introduction, the auction officially began. When the 9 Transformation Heavenly Pill was displayed, many cultivators craned their necks to look at the stage. 90% of the cultivators present had never seen such a high-end spirit medicine before. Although the 9 Transformation Heavenly Pill was of little value in terms of its effects, it was a spirit medicine for those who needed it. The 9 transformation heavenly pill was so famous because it could make up for any innate deficiency. It could make up for a cultivator's innate lack of talent and turn an ordinary cultivator into a genius. This was a high-end item that large families fought over. Ordinary cultivators couldn't afford it at all. Only a 1-star alchemist could refine the 9 transformation heavenly pill. Those below 1 star could forget about it. Chu Jialuo looked at the 9 transformation heavenly pill with a fervent expression. This was one of the Chu family's targets tonight. Ji Maosheng released his divine sense to evaluate the 9 transformation heavenly pill. All the items displayed at the auction were placed within the protective array to prevent greedy people from stealing them. However, it didn't prevent invisible spiritual fields from probing. This move was also to reassure the auctioneers that all the items being sold in the auction house were genuine and without any fakes. Young Master Chu, it's the real deal. Ji Maosheng quickly detected the results. In the other box, Tang Jinan was also looking at the 9 transformation heavenly pill eagerly. The Tang family was also very interested in this item. Jinan, this 9 transformation heavenly pill looks good. It's a 2-star 9 transformation heavenly pill. No one in the Federation can refine it. Tang Guangbei's eyes lit up. Old man Xian Kong sat in the box. His old eyes flashed. This was the main purpose of his visit today. Old man Xian Kong's grandson had lost a spirit meridian. Only the 9 transformation heavenly pill could make up for it. Lin Pe stood up from his seat. He hadn't participated in the previous auctions. How could those items catch his eye? The 9 transformation heavenly pill was a spirit medicine that would definitely appreciate in value in the future. Lin Po's reason for bidding was to collect it. As the CEO of the Cloud Flying Shuttle, Lin Pa had collected all kinds of Dharma treasures and spirit medicines. Most of them were things he invested in. He would store them for a while. If they appreciated in value, he would immediately sell them and make a fortune. 10 million. Someone started to bid. 20 million. Before the voice died away, the bidder directly raised the price by 10 million. Many cultivators gasped in shock. 30 million. Immediately after, a bid came from the second floor. It was raised by another 10 million. Before the cultivators could react, the auction reached its climax. 50 million. In the box on the third floor, Chu Jialuo calmly bid. The female cultivators in the hall below exclaimed. They couldn't wait to throw themselves at Chu Jialuo. 60 million. Tang Jinan followed. Young Master Tang is so handsome. Young Master Tang, I love you. As soon as Tang Jinan finished speaking, many brainless fans screamed. 80 million. Lin Po's masculine and magnetic voice sounded. 85 million. Old man Xian Kong followed. The big shots joined the bidding one by one. The entire auction house was immediately lit up. Many cultivators who were about to doze off just now became alert. This was the real auction. The previous ones were just child's play. Who do you think will win this 9 revolutions heaven-mending pill in the end? Is there a need to ask? It must be Lin Pe. He's a famous auctioneer. Once he makes a move, he'll fight to the death. 2 years ago in the Central Star region, Lin Pe fought with Wei Beitong for a heavenly mystic Dharma robe. That's Wei Beitong. Lin Pe eventually bought it for a sky-high price of 500 million. Lin Pe doesn't lack money. TSK. That's because Wei Beitong didn't want to compete. If he's really determined, Lin Pe can win against Wei Beitong. The old man is recognized as one of the top 10 richest people in the Federation. I think the Chu family will win it. Do you think the Tang family is a pushover? I think the Tang family has a better chance. At their level, it mainly depends on how big the demand is. As long as they want it, they will buy it at any price. If they don't really want it, they won't bid too high. It's not that they don't have money, they just don't think it's necessary to spend so much. This brother is right. The silent auction house became lively again. At this moment, the price had reached 95 million. Who will be the first to bid over 100 million? Someone began to be curious. Lin Pe, Chu Luo, Tang Jinan. As soon as this question was asked, the surrounding cultivators immediately scrambled to say their names. However, before they could finish speaking, A faint voice came from a very familiar position in the front row of the first floor's hall. 300 million. F***CK. Almost every cultivator screamed in their minds. They were still waiting for a bid of 100 million. Who the F***CK had raised the price to 300 million? Who was so rich? They looked over and saw Li Daochong sitting leisurely in his seat, slightly raising the bidding sign in his hand. He was the one who called out 300 million. Half of the female cultivators had already left. There were still 2 female cultivators who had just stood up, but when they heard the bid, their delicate bodies suddenly trembled. As for the female cultivators who had left, their hearts skipped a beat and they were filled with regret. Genius memorized the address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 546. 300 million spirit stones. Most of the cultivators were dumbfounded. What was going on? How could he bid like that? Even if he had spirit stones, he didn't have to be so anxious. Was that necessary? Most of the cultivators on the first floor only had a few 100,000 to 1 million primary spirit stones. 300 million was out of their reach. In fact, not to mention the first floor, the cultivators on the second and third floor were all stunned on the spot. After Li Daochong called out the number 300 million, Xiang Dingtian felt a buzz in his head. He seemed to have figured something out. After a few seconds of silence, he immediately told the Xiang family members around him to stay away from Li Daochong. Xiang Dingtian had been in Jianghu for so many years, and he didn't believe that someone who could calmly bid 300 million spirit stones had no background. In the Great Cultivation era, strength could crush people, and so could spirit stones. The Xiang family could also take out 300 million, but they definitely wouldn't do it so casually. It would definitely hurt them deeply. 300 million primary spirit stones was equivalent to 3 million medium spirit stones. It was enough to get Yuan Ying's help. Xiang Dingtian's forehead was sweating. After getting the usnia venom, he didn't stay any longer and hurriedly left the auction house with his family. Outside, Xiang Yichun came up to him with a bruised face. After being thrown out by Li Daochong, he didn't dare to go in again. When he saw Xiang Dingtian come out, he immediately went up to him and said with a gloomy face, "Dad, how are you going to deal with that kid? Do you want me to contact Master Hong and his people? When he comes out, we'll beat him up and throw him into the North Star Sea." Chu Yanran was also angry. Just now, Xiang Yichun patted his chest and promised that he would teach that kid a lesson. Even if it wasn't for himself, he would kill that kid. Chu Yanran had never been humiliated like this. Naturally, she hated Li Daochong to the core and wanted to tear his tendons and skin him alive. After listening to Xiang Yichun's words, she felt much better. She was looking forward to the Xiang family taking revenge on Li Daochong. Seeing Xiang Dingtian come out with a gloomy face, she naturally thought that the head of the Xiang family was also angry. Now, Xiang Dingtian must also be thinking about how to deal with that arrogant brat. Chu Yanran was looking forward to it. Xiang Dingtian felt uneasy and his eyes were twitching. He knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. He was thinking about how to settle the matter when he heard Xiang Yichun's words. The strong sense of fear made him lose control of his emotions. Bang! Xiang Dingtian kicked his son. Rice bucket. Unprepared, Xiang Yichun was kicked to the ground and rolled twice. She clutched her stomach and almost vomited blood. This kick was extremely powerful. Xiang Dingtian didn't even look at Xiang Yichun. He left with the Xiang family. After a few steps, he turned around and said, "You can't afford to offend that kid. If you want to die, don't drag the Xiang family down with you." After saying that, Xiang Dingtian left the dumbfounded Xiang Yichun and left quickly. Chu Yanran stood on the side of the street in shock. She had no idea what was going on. Xiang Yichun felt something was wrong. Ignoring Chu Yanran, she got up and chased after Xiang Dingtian. Miscellaneous Treasure Street was empty at this time. Everyone had entered the auction house, and only a few shops were operating in boredom. Chu Yanran stood bleakly, her eyes full of doubts. In the auction house, the competition for the 9-transformation heaven-mending pill was still going on. After the bid of 300 million, there was a pause. The three real young masters of the Chu family, Luo, Lin Pe, and Tang Jinan, were stunned. Why didn't he play according to the rules? Young man, are you trying to scare people by bidding like this? Or do you have other purposes? I advise you not to play tricks. If I find out that you are deliberately raising the price, I will break your legs when we leave the auction house. Elder Xian Kong's gloomy voice came from the third-floor box. As soon as he said that, the shocked cultivators in the auction house came to their senses. That's right. This kid also bid like this for the usnea poison, but he didn't buy in the end. Could this fellow be someone else's helper? One of the cultivators said. Very likely. He doesn't look like someone who can take out 300 million. According to the Federation's laws, if he is found to be a scammer, the heaviest punishment would be imprisonment and exile. Elder Xian Kong's voice carried an extremely strong sound power. It shot straight at Li Daochong. However, Li Daochong did not show any signs of discomfort even after Elder Xian Kong finished speaking. Elder Xian Kong's old face revealed a look of surprise. Li Daochong looked up at Elder Xian Kong and smiled. Old man, if you didn't say that, I could have treated you like air. Just based on what you said, you can forget about buying anything today. As long as you bid, Mr. Li will follow you to the end. When the auction ends, Mr. Li will stretch out his legs outside for you to beat. If you break his legs, Mr. Li will accept it. If you can't break his legs, you old thing, break your own legs. Otherwise, I will destroy your cultivation base. All the cultivators present pricked up their ears, wondering if they were hallucinating. What? Ha! F***CK. Many cultivators could not help but cry out. Arrogant, too arrogant. This kid has taken the wrong medicine. Elder Xian Kong is the North Star Patroller, and Yuanying is a mid-stage cultivator. If he stretches out his legs for him to beat, even 1,000 of his legs will be broken. There's a good show to watch. Hee hee. I love watching myself slap myself in the face. The cultivators on the first floor all looked at Li Daochong as if they were looking at an idiot. The cultivators on the second floor were deep in thought. In a private room on the third floor, Lin rubbed his chin and looked at Li Daochong with interest. There are very few young people like him nowadays. Yu Xiaolan said disapprovingly. That's because young people like him die early. Lin nodded seriously. That's true. A burst of laughter came from the private room of the Chu family. Ha ha, this kid is so interesting. Ha ha ha, too interesting. I'm dying of laughter. Looks like I don't even need to do anything. He's going to court death himself. Ji Maosheng had thought highly of Li Daochong earlier, but when he heard what Li Daochong had said to old man Xian Kong, he shook his head slightly. Young Master Chu, this kind of person is not worthy of being your opponent. Wei Xing frowned slightly and looked at Li Daochong with a strange expression. In her impression, this guy was not a reckless person. Miss, are you sure Master respects this Mr. Li very much? Why do I feel like he's an ignorant hothead? Wang Heipo was confused. Uncle Wang, you'll have to ask Grandpa about this. I'm not sure either. Wei Xing shook her head. Tang Jinan was just about to raise the price when Tang Guangbei immediately stopped him. Jinan, did you forget what I told you just now? As long as that person participates, we'll withdraw. You're not allowed to bid anymore. Third Grandpa, why do you want me to withdraw? Is 300 million enough to scare our Tang family away? Tang Jinan was anxious. Tang Guangbei wanted to explain, but he couldn't. This was Rado Shinji, so he could only say, Jinan, don't ask so much. You have to listen to Third Grandpa this time. The 9 transformation heavenly pill is not a peerless divine medicine. We can still buy it through other channels. Tang Jinan still wanted to say something, but Tang Guangbei raised his hand to stop him. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 547. Haha. After Li Daochong's words, the auction house fell into a brief silence. A few seconds later, old man Xian Kong's ear-splitting laughter erupted from the private room on the third floor. Brat, you've got guts. I've seen many young people like you in the past 100 years. Unfortunately, they all died young. There's nothing wrong with young people having guts, but having guts without brains is the same as committing suicide. I'll wait for you after the auction ends. Old Man Shin Kong's voice was gloomy. 310 million. Old Man Shin Kong immediately bid after he finished speaking. Although the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Pill was a good item, at this price, it had clearly exceeded the limit. Tang Jinan naturally did not bid after being stopped by Tang Guangbei. Chu Jiao was not very interested in the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Pill to begin with. Now that she saw Li Daochong and Old Man Shin Kong getting into a conflict, she had already thrown the bidding to the back of her mind. She was just waiting to watch the 2 tigers fight. 2 of the 3 young masters left, leaving only Lin Pe, who was currently holding a glass of red spirit wine, with a thoughtful expression on his handsome face. "Boss Lin, are we still going to bid?" Yu Xiaolan asked uncertainly. This price was really too high. "Of course we're going to bid," Lin Pe replied without any hesitation. "Boss Lin, the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Pill's market price is only around 200 million elementary spirit stones. Now that it's at 310 million, wouldn't it be a huge loss if we increase the price further?" Yu Xiaolan was puzzled. "Xiaolan, you haven't done enough homework, so you can only be an assistant. This 9 Revolutions Heavenly Pill was created by a hermit from the Ankuan Empire. This hermit is a 2-star alchemist," Lin Pe explained with a smile. "So what if he's a 2-star alchemist?" Yu Xiaolan's expression was strange. Due to the uniqueness of the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Pill, no matter how high the alchemist's skill was, it would not change anything. This hermit's specialty is the 9 Transformation Heavenly Pill. It said that some of the old monsters in the Ngun Empire would ask him to refine it, because the 9 Transformation Heavenly Pill he refined is the real 9 Transformation Heavenly Pill. After consuming it, the success rate is as high as 90%. It will greatly reduce the time needed to complete the 9 Transformation Heavenly Pill. Strictly speaking, this isn't the 9 Transformation Heavenly Pill, it's the legendary incomplete version of the Heavenly Pill. Only I know about this. Even the organizer of this auction doesn't know about it. Even the person who provided this pill doesn't know about it. That person only obtained it by chance. This 9 Transformation Heavenly Pill is worth around 500 million, and that's only for now. Skyrocket? Why? Yu Xiaolan became more and more confused. Because the hermit is already dead. It's just that the news hasn't spread yet. Once everyone knows that the hermit is dead, this 9 Revolutions Heavenly Pill will be a priceless item. If you meet a super family that needs it, you can offer a price of 1 billion or even more. Lin Pe's face revealed the expression of a sly businessman. Yu Xiaolan took a small step back and said with a face full of shame, "Boss Lin, you look like the villain in the movie right now." Lin Pe's expression changed. "Little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Boss Lin is the most honest businessman. He doesn't steal or rob. How can he be the villain? Boss Lin is the most dazzling main character in the movie." Yu Xiaolan smiled half-heartedly. "Yes, you're the main character. Then I'll bid. There's no rush. Wait a little longer. That interesting kid will increase the price again. Let this old and young pair fight for a while. Boss Lin, you have to enter the stage when they're mentally exhausted. Only then will you be the main character." Lin Pe was full of confidence. "All right." Yu Xiaolan shrugged. She muttered in her heart, "Boss Lin, you're really into the role. 500 million. As soon as Lin Pe and Yu Xiaolan finished their conversation, Li Daochong's calm voice came from outside. However, this price increase was shocking. "Ha!" Lin Pe's hand trembled, and the wine glass in his hand shattered. His body slipped on the seat with a thump, and he almost fell on his butt. "Boss Lin," he directly bid 500 million. Yu Xiaolan saw Lin Pe's state and couldn't help but laugh. Why isn't this guy following the rules? Lin Pe shouted as a transparent liquid flowed out of his nostrils. Lin Pe was shocked and lost his composure. Elder Shin Kong's expression became even more interesting. He thought that the kid wouldn't blindly increase the price at the 300 million threshold. Even if he was a scammer, he wouldn't dare. If he bid too much and no one increased the price, he would have to buy it himself. How could a scammer have so many spirit stones? However, Elder Shin Kong didn't expect that not only did he bid, but he also directly raised the price to 500 million. Elder Xian Kong's old face was extremely gloomy, and his heart was in turmoil. Even a Yuanian cultivator, like him, was a little tight at the price of 500 million. After all, there were still items he needed to auction. If he spent too much on a 9-transformation heavenly pill, he wouldn't be able to get the items after that. Li Daocheng sat below and raised his head to look in the direction of Elder Xian Kong's private room. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He said with a smile, "Old thing, continue to increase the price." Elder Xian Kong was furious. He was actually provoked by a kid who wasn't even as old as his grandson. He was about to bid in anger, but he was pulled back by his follower. "Master, don't fall into his trap. This guy just wants to anger you and make you lose your mind. If he suddenly bids and you increase the price again, he definitely won't follow. At that time, you can only be a fool and buy this 9-transformation heavenly pill at a high price," the follower reminded him. Elder Xian Kong's expression froze, and he immediately calmed down. After thinking about it, he felt that the follower's words made sense. 300 million was already a lot more than the market price. 500 million was simply outrageous. He had to calm down. "Kid, you want to use reverse psychology? Humph. This old man won't fall for your tricks. 500 million, you can buy it," Elder Xian Kong said loudly. When the cultivators heard Elder Xian Kong's words, many of them felt that it made sense. Then, some cultivators began to look at Li Daocheng with a mocking gaze, as if saying, "Kid, you've gone too far this time. Let's see how you can take out 500 million to buy the 9-transformation heavenly pill. 550 million. However, just as everyone was waiting to watch a good show, Lin Po's voice came from above. Immediately, all the cultivators were stunned. What was going on? Did Chief Lin, who was known for his shrewdness, take the wrong medicine? Li Daocheng frowned slightly. For the first time, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his eyes. Li Daocheng had a total of 6 million mid-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 600 million low-grade spirit stones. After using 300,000, he still had 7 million left. That was equivalent to 570 million low-grade spirit stones. Although Li Daocheng's demonic pill was priceless, and the entire North Star planet could not compare to its value, it was not cash. He only had 570 million in cash. Li Daocheng naturally had to go through some trouble to get more than that. Of course, in addition to the demonic pill, Li Daocheng also had 7 ice spirit pills and the corpse of a giant frost toad. The value of these things was immeasurable. However, the puzzled look in Li Daocheng's eyes disappeared. He glanced at Zheng Jiao and smiled. Then, he sent a voice transmission. "Miss Zheng, Li does not have enough spirit stones. Can I use items to offset it?" Zheng Jiao immediately sent out a voice transmission talisman. "Of course. Mr. Li, you're a VIP member of our shop. You enjoy all the convenience and benefits. Not only can you use items to offset your spirit stones, but our shop will also take the lowest commission." Li Daocheng did not send another voice transmission. Instead, he nodded at Zheng Jiao. 550 million, going once. Zheng Jiao began to count. "Master, this brat really is a scammer. I don't know where that brat Lin Po lost his nerve, but he's still increasing the price. He's definitely going to be a sucker." Old man Xian Kong's lackey felt a sense of accomplishment for his clever reminder. Lin Po narrowed his eyes as he looked down at Li Daocheng. "Xiaolan, do you dare to make a bet with Boss Lin?" "Bet? Bet on what?" Yu Xiaolan was confused. "Bet on whether this brat will increase the price." Boss Lin is betting that he definitely won't dare to increase the price. Lin Po was confident. "Boss Lin, you even want to take my spirit stones. 550 million. Who would increase the price? Do you think I'm stupid?" Yu Xiaolan couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Ha ha. Boss Lin is just testing whether you're stupid or not. You're rolling your eyes again." Lin Po chuckled. Right at this moment, Li Daocheng's faint voice sounded. 700 million. Thump. Lin Po fell to the ground, and his laughter came to an abrupt halt. He had been slapped in the face on the spot. Puffed. Yu Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter. He really increased the price, and it's still increasing by a large margin. Yu Xiaolan was astonished. Old man Xin Kong and his entourage froze in their private room with incredulity on their faces. Just when all the cultivators thought that Li Daocheng wouldn't increase the price anymore, the bid of 700 million left everyone dumbstruck. 700 million going once. Xing Jiao began to announce the number. Boss Lin, are you still going to increase the price? Yu Xiaolan asked. After a while, Lin Pe said no. Huh? Boss Lin, didn't you say that the price would increase explosively in a few years, and that it would be easy for it to exceed 1 billion? It's only 700 million now. Why aren't you increasing it? Yu Xiaolan was puzzled. If I increase the price again, wouldn't I want the rest of the items? Besides, I still have to wait a few years. Also, the 9 transformation heaven-mending pill can only be obtained by cultivators who need it, so it's not very convenient for me to sell it. Lin Pe looked at Li Daocheng with a regretful expression. 700 million going twice. 700 million going thrice. Sold. The entire auction house was silent throughout the process of announcing the number. 700 million. Who would dare to increase it? When the hostess was about to bring the 9 transformation heaven-mending pill to Li Daocheng, Xing Jiao whispered a few words into the hostess's ear. The hostess nodded repeatedly, and her gaze toward Li Daocheng became even more enchanting, as if she was looking at a mountain of gold. When the hostess arrived in front of Li Daocheng, all the eyes in the auction house focused on him. Everyone was curious. Could this brat really take out 700 million elementary spirit stones? This was an unimaginable amount of money. Usually, only the last 2 items in a high-profile auction could reach this price. The 9 transformation heaven-mending pill was not worth this price. Even Tang Xian and Wei Ziying, who knew Li Daocheng, looked at him with strange expressions. In Tang Xian's mind, Li Daocheng was just an extremely talented young man. He had strength, but he didn't seem to have any wealth. His family was just a down-and-out family on a 4th-class cultivation planet. In Wei Ziying's mind, Li Daocheng had always been an unfathomable fellow, but she was sure that he didn't have much money. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 548. Li Daocheng turned a deaf ear to the surrounding gazes and casually tossed a storage bag to the hostess. Many cultivators looked at the storage bag that Li Daocheng tossed out with poisonous gazes, wanting to see through the storage bag. They wanted to see if there were really 700 million elementary spirit stones inside. With such a huge amount of elementary spirit stones, the storage space inside the storage bag should be filled to the brim. In fact, there was no mountain of elementary spirit stones inside the storage bag because it was filled with intermediate spirit stones. There was a total of 5. 7 million elementary spirit stones and an ice spirit pill. On 13 Spectre, Li Daocheng had used the giant frost toad's beast core to refine 10 ice spirit pills. He had given 3 to Yu Yan, so there were 7 left. Originally, Li Daocheng did not intend to sell them and wanted to give them to the people around him. However, it did not matter if he gave them away now. The surrounding cultivators naturally could not see the situation inside the storage bag. Many of them looked at the hostess. At this moment, this tall and beautiful student from the North Star University's Performing Arts Department had an extremely shocked expression on her face. Even though Tsang Jiao had already told her about it and was mentally prepared, she still could not suppress the strong waves in her heart when she saw such a huge amount of intermediate spirit stones. To be able to enter the North Star University, one's background and talent could not be considered low. However, this was the first time this hostess had seen so many intermediate spirit stones. In addition to the intermediate spirit stones, there was also a crystal clear pill. The hostess naturally did not know what kind of pill it was, but she was sure that it was not an ordinary pill. She immediately took the storage bag and returned to the stage. Sung Jiao took the storage bag and scanned it with her mental force. When she saw the ice spirit pill, her eyes widened in shock. She immediately turned around and whispered to an old man. The old man was the North Star Shadow Secluded House's chief appraiser, Su Yen. Teacher Su, how much is this ice spirit pill worth? Sung Jiao asked anxiously. According to the market price, it is at least 5 million intermediate spirit stones. Su Yen threw the ice spirit pill into a square box. Soon, the small screen showed the test data. Sung Jiao was slightly surprised. She knew that the items provided by Li Daochong must be expensive, but she didn't expect them to be so expensive. Based on this calculation, the auction house still had to return 3,700,000 medial-grade spirit stones to Li Daochong. The auction was paused for a short while. Sung Jiao immediately sorted out 3,700,000 medial-grade spirit stones and refunded them to Li Daochong. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the cultivators did not know what had happened. They only knew that this person, whom they thought was a scammer, had really spent 700 million to buy the 9 Revolution heaven-mending pill. Lin Nuanyu's eyes widened. She didn't expect the young man beside her to be so wealthy. It was far beyond what she could imagine. Tang Xian was also stunned. She had investigated the Blue Bay Starsley family. Even if the entire family was sold, they wouldn't have so many spirit stones. Student Li, you have more secrets than I thought. Tang Xian murmured as she looked at Li Daochong below with great interest. Wei Xing also had a look of surprise on her face. Eldest miss, you said that this Li Daochong took a lot of good things from the master. This brat couldn't have sold them all, right? Wang Heipo didn't believe that a 20-year-old brat could take out so much money. Uncle Wang, how would I know? Wei Xing's face was full of confusion. President Lin, he spent 700 million without batting an eyelid. Yu Xiaolan deliberately provoked Lin Pe. Where did this kid come from? Lin Pe couldn't help but ask. He had misjudged this time. President Lin, didn't you say that if you know your enemy, you will emerge victorious? Looks like you didn't do enough homework this time. Yu Xiaolan gave him a taste of his own medicine. Old man Xian Kong's face kept twitching. After Li Daochong casually paid 700 million for the 9 Revolution heaven-mending pill, this North Star patroller felt a sense of unease. Chu Jialuo's previous disdain for Li Daochong was now completely gone. Just the fact that he could easily take out 700 million spirit stones was enough to prove that his family was not weak. Go investigate this kid's background. Chu Jialuo finally let go of his arrogance and said to Ji Maosheng behind him. Tang Jinan became more and more curious about Li Daochong. Connecting this to his third Grandpa Tang Guangbei's attitude, this young man's identity was most likely not simple. Otherwise, why would Tang Guangbei be so panicked after seeing this person, like a mouse seeing a cat? The Tang family was one of the top families in the Federation. Tang Guangbei himself was also a very arrogant person, and he himself was a special grade tool refinement master. There were only a few people in the entire Federation who could make him retreat. Could this kid be the descendant of those old monsters in the central star field of the Federation? Tang Jinan's gaze instantly changed. In the largest VIP room, the only big shot who hadn't said anything so far, Yi Xiaoxiong narrowed his eyes. Are you sure this kid killed my cousin? Yi Xiaoxiong said gloomily. Standing behind Yi Xiaoxiong was a cultivator wearing black robes and a hood. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Chairman Yi, how could the Dark Knight's information be wrong? When Yi Renfei went missing, he was with this kid. In addition, there's another interesting piece of information that I can provide to Chairman Yi for free. Speak, Yi Xiaoxiong said in a low voice. Li Daochong's first love was later engaged to Yi Renfei, and she was also present when Yi Renfei went missing. In the mysterious cave of the Red Sun Star, many things happened that day, and many people died. Even the military was alarmed and went to investigate. Unfortunately, in the end, they didn't find anything valuable. The black-robed man said in a hoarse voice, Yi Renfei was my favorite cousin. His family was also an important chess piece of our Black Tortoise group in the Four-Ring Star Field. His death directly caused his father to go crazy and almost kill all the Yi family there, causing the plan to go wrong in the Four-Ring Star Field. The result was that this year, Our Black Tortoise group lost the trade war with the Shadow Serene Square in the Four-Ring Star Field. Grandpa's been asking me to investigate this matter, but I've been busy cultivating and have no time to care about this matter. I didn't expect to find it without any effort. Fellow Taoist Ta, capture this person alive and search his soul. Name a price. Yi Xiaoxiong's eyes were cold. It's not difficult to capture him alive, but searching his soul is a technical job. It's not the first time that I've cooperated with Chairman Yi. I'll give you a friendly price, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The black-robed man named Tuo Yin offer price. Deal, but I want the results of your soul search tomorrow. Tell me everything that happened in the cave of the Red Sun Star that day. If you exceed the time limit, I'll only give you 500 high-grade spirit stones. Yi Xiaoxiong readily agreed and put forward another request. Hee, Chairman Yi, don't worry. I won't need tomorrow. Tonight, I'll capture this person and search his soul in front of you in the winery where you're staying. Tuoyin Kai's face hidden under the hood of his robe revealed a sinister smile, and his eyes flashed. No need. I'm assured that fellow Taoist Tuo can handle things well. Although the winery where I'm staying is heavily guarded, I don't live alone. There are too many people, so you don't have to come to me when you capture him. You can deal with him as you wish. I just want the information. Yi Xiaoxiong was a little unhappy. The Dark Knight was not an honorable organization. Although it was extremely powerful, it was rumored that the Dark Knight was even more powerful than the Shenghua Federation and was a super organization that could compete with the three major self-cultivation empires. However, there were many things that the Dark Knight did that could not see the light of day. The business they undertook was either assassination or espionage. Therefore, their reputation in the entire self-cultivation world was not very good. Naturally, Yi Xiaoxiong could not make contact with the Dark Knight openly. Today, Yi Xiaoxiong had already crossed the line by meeting Tuo Yanli at the auction venue. If Tuo Yanli had not brought some extremely important information, Yi Xiaoxiong would never have taken the risk to meet him in public. Tuo Yin Kai was a high-level assassin of the Dark Knight. He was at the peak of the Jindan realm and was proficient in concealment, disguise, and sniping. He was a long-range sniping cultivator. Tuo Yin Kai was extremely good at capturing people and interrogating them by torture. He had once captured Yuaning early-stage cultivators alive and interrogated them for valuable information. In the past few years, he had been dealing with dirty matters for Yi Xiaoxiong. No less than 20 cultivators had died in his hands, and he was wanted by 3 self-cultivation empires. Li Daochong had bought the 9 transformation heavenly pill and had a conflict with Elder Xiankong. He had become the center of attention. Some wanted to curry favor with him. Some wanted to covet the items and spirit stones in his hands. Of course, there were also cultivators who wanted to marry a rich man. Li Daochong's row of seats had become a hot commodity. Many cultivators flocked over, wanting to get closer to this rich man. However, these cultivators soon discovered that if they wanted to get close to Li Daochong, they would first have to go through the little girl sitting next to him. All the cultivators who took the initiative to greet Li Daochong were stopped by Xiaoling River. I'm going to sleep. Please be quiet. Xiaoling River said fiercely to a female cultivator who had just walked over. The female cultivator looked at Li Daochong awkwardly. The latter shrugged and stretched out his index finger to his mouth to make a shushing gesture. The female cultivator could only turn around and leave with a disappointed expression. Li Daochong looked at Xiaoling River with a smile and gave her a thumbs up. The following auction items were all precious items. However, the tens of thousands of cultivators on the first floor had become spectators. The prices were not something they could afford. They could only watch the big shots on the second and third floors compete. Many people were looking forward to Li Daochong's participation. However, no matter how good the items were, they did not seem to attract this rich man's interest. Of the 10 items that were presented, 5 were won by the Yi family's Yi Xiaoxiong. As for the remaining 5, the Chu family won 1, the Wei family won 2, and the Tang family won 2. President Lin lost his voice. Just when the cultivators thought that Li Daochong would not participate, he began to bid again. This was because Elder Xiankong had finally bid again. 200 million. Li Daocheng's faint voice floated in the venue. Young man, do you really want to go against me? Elder Xian Kong's voice was filled with anger. Old thing, I said, you don't have to think about bidding for anything today. Li Daocheng said indifferently. Good, very good, very good. Elder Xian Kong said 3 times in a row. Then he called out 300 million, 500 million. Li Daocheng did not even think about it. You. Elder Xian Kong blew his beard and glared at Li Daocheng. However, he could not do anything. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 549. Li Daocheng did not care about the cost at all. He had been bidding since the beginning. Old man Xian Kong did not dare to bid against him. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He could only stare at Li Daocheng helplessly. This auction item was a mid-grade mystical spirit treasure alchemy cauldron. It was squarish and 5 inches in length, width, and height. Cauldrons were the most expensive Dharma treasures. It was a practical Dharma treasure. To put it bluntly, it could generate income. Other Dharma treasures did not have this function. This square cauldron was extremely ordinary. There was nothing special about it. It was the limit of 300 million Dharma stones. Li Daocheng bid 500 million Dharma stones. Naturally, no one would bid higher. In the end, Li Daocheng won the square cauldron for 500 million Dharma stones. He used an ice spirit pill to exchange for it. The competition for the last few auction items was especially intense. However, Li Daocheng did not bid again. Old man Xian Kong did not bid again. The Tang clan, Chu clan, Wei clan, and Yi clan became the main characters of the auction. Lin Po would also bid for the items that he liked. Tang Xian only bid for one item. It was a cultivation technique for cultivating spiritual sound. The last auction item was bought by the Yi clan at a sky-high price of 1.55 billion Dharma stones. The first auction at Miscellaneous Treasure Street was extremely successful. Not a single item was lost, and all of them were sold. The Shadow Serene Square was the biggest winner of this auction. As the auctioneer, Zhang Jiao naturally earned a lot. Usually, after the auction ended, everyone would disperse and return to their own homes. However, after the auction ended today, most of the cultivators were not in a hurry to leave. They all gathered outside the auction house and waited as if they were watching a show. Everyone remembered the agreement between Li Daocheng and old man Xian Kong. They were all waiting for a good show. Who did not like to see face slapping? The auction house was located in the central square of Miscellaneous Treasure Street. There was a large empty space. Old man Xian Kong had been waiting at the entrance of the auction house. However, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Li Daocheng did not come out. That kid didn't slip away, did he? I told you, that guy won't show up. I was just saying. Mysterious Sky Sage is a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator. Few on planet Northstar are a match for him. There's no more good show to watch. Everyone should disperse. So many people have been played by a kid who came out of nowhere. It's so obvious. Can't you see? The onlookers were discussing animatedly. Jin Zhonghua and the others were also mixed in with the crowd. Originally, Jin Zhonghua had promised Chen Bingbing to teach Li Daocheng a lesson and even wanted to snatch the frost condensation flying sword that he did not get at the auction. However, when Li Daocheng spent 700 million to buy the 9 transformation heavenly replenishing pill, Jin Zhonghua and the others were stunned. Although the Kim family had some influence on planet Polaris, 700 million was an astonishing number. The combined market value of the several companies controlled by the Jin family was estimated to be around 2 billion yuan. The unit of measurement was elementary spirit stones. This was the second lowest unit of currency in the Federation. The lowest was the Federation currency. The real big cultivation companies used intermediate spirit stones to estimate their market value, while the supergiant cultivation companies used advanced spirit stones. One advanced spirit stone was equivalent to 100 intermediate spirit stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 elementary spirit stones. No matter how much Jin Zhonghua liked Chen Bingbing, he had not lost his head. A young man who could take out 700 million yuan without batting an eye was definitely not someone he could provoke. Qin Bingbing was not stupid. No matter how angry she was, she had already calmed down. The two of them were not so stupid that they could not tell who they could provoke and who they could not. However, they still had resentment towards Li Daochong in their hearts. At this time, Jin Zhonghua and Qin Bingbing were looking forward to Mysterious Sky Sage dealing with Li Daochong. They just needed to watch the show. Brother Jin, which Li kid are you? Did he really slip away? Qin Bingbing looked regretful. It's normal for him to slip away. If he didn't slip away, he would be stupid. Mysterious Sky Sage is a mid-stage Yuaniing cultivator. He can crush that kid to dust with a finger, Jin Zhonghua said disdainfully. When it was over, Li Daochong was about to leave when he received a message from Tang Xian asking for help. Student Li, can you pretend to treat me to a meal? Someone is pestering me, and it's not easy to get away. There was a crying emoji at the end of the message. When Tang Xian recruited students, she valued Li Daochong very much and trusted Li Daochong unconditionally. With her help, Beiyang University was saved. Li Daochong had a good impression of Tang Xian. When she asked for help, Li Daochong was naturally duty-bound. Li Daochong immediately replied, "Where are you? I'll go find you." "No need. Just wait for me in the corridor below. I'll be down in a while. Sorry for the trouble." Li Daochong then held Xiaoling River's hand and walked in the opposite direction of the crowd and came to the corridor inside. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, Tang Xian came down from upstairs, followed by a handsome and tall young man. This person's appearance and aura were extraordinary, and his cultivation was also amazing. He was a mid-stage Yuaniing cultivator. Li Daochong had seen this person at the beginning of the auction. The name reported by the announcer was Yi Xiaoxiong. Li Daochong didn't like the surname Yi. However, when Yi Xiaoxiong appeared at that time, the sensation caused was much greater than that of Chu Jialuo and Tang Jinan. Li Daochong briefly checked this person's background on the spiritual net during the auction. He was indeed very awesome. He was the youngest director of the Black Tortoise Group, one of the top 100 cultivation companies in the Federation. However, in Li Daochong's eyes, such an identity was nothing. Obviously, the person Tang Xian said she wanted to get rid of was Yi Xiaoxiong. Li Daochong held Xiaoling River's hand and stood in the corridor, while Lin Nuanyu followed with a puzzled look. As soon as Tang Xian came down, she immediately rushed to Li Daochong. Her beautiful eyes blinked meaningfully, and then she said with a smile, "Mr. Li, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go and eat." Yi Xiaoxiong's expressionless face flashed a gloomy look, but it returned to normal in an instant. Under Lin Nuanyu's stunned gaze, Tang Xian took Li Daochong's arm and turned to Yi Xiaoxiong. "Chairman Yi, this is my good friend Li Daochong. We made an appointment a few days ago to catch up tonight. I want to see you off." Yi Xiaoxiong hid his jealousy in the bottom of his heart and said with a smile, "Well, I wish Miss Tang a pleasant night. I'll take my leave first." Tang Xian nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. She put on the brightest smile and waved her hand. "Take care, Chairman Yi." Yi Xiaoxiong also waved goodbye to Tang Xian in a gentlemanly manner and then turned to walk out of the door. However, the moment he turned around, his handsome face showed an extremely gloomy look, and the corner of his eyes flashed murderously at Li Daochong. "Tonight is the anniversary of your death. I'll let you and Xian have your last dinner." As he thought this, Yi Xiaoxiong quickly walked out of the venue. A luxurious limousine stopped outside the exclusive passageway. Yi Xiaoxiong stepped into the limousine with a cold expression, and then the limousine flew into the sky. There was another black shadow that didn't get on the limousine. It was the assassin of the night, Tua Yinji. At this moment, the black shadow flashed past and flew into the sky. Before taking action, Tua Yinji needed to put on some disguise. He had already left a mark on Li Daochong, so he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to find him. It wasn't until she confirmed that Yi Xiaoxiong had left with his entourage that the stiff smile on Tang Xian's pretty face softened. She looked like she was relieved. "Student Li, thank you. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal." Tang Xian then pulled Li Daochong away. The few assistants who followed Tang Xian all looked curiously at the young man who was being pulled by Miss Tang. It should be known that the young people who could get in touch with Tang Xian were all well known in the Federation. For example, young Master Yi, who had just left, was an influential figure in the Federation's #1 cultivation planet, Shenhua Planet. Even such a person's invitation was rejected by Tang Xian. What did this young man do to deserve a meal personally treated by Tang Xian? Could it be that this person's background was even more powerful than Yi Xiaoxiang's? There were a total of 3 assistants following Tang Xian, 1 woman and 2 men. The woman was a formal assistant, and the 2 men were following her as assistants. In fact, they were bodyguards arranged by Tang Xian's management company. Both of them were peak Jindan stage cultivators, and they were also body refining cultivators. The female assistant was called Ahong. The fatter one of the 2 bodyguards was called Yuan Pe, and the thinner one was called LV Chung. They were well-known figures in the bodyguard circle. I haven't thanked Miss Tang for the incident at Beiyang University last time. This time, it's my treat, Li Daochong said with a smile. Okay, then I won't be polite. Let's go. Tang Xian looked like a foodie as she pulled Li Daochong away again. Li Daochong did not move. He smiled and said, Miss Tang, wait a moment. I still have something to deal with. After I'm done, let's go fill our stomachs. What is it? Tang Xian asked, puzzled. Miss Tang, haven't you been here all this time? Didn't you hear the conversation between old man Xian Kong and I? Li Daochong replied with a smile. Are you really going to beat up old man Xian Kong? Don't be silly. That's a cultivator from Yuanying. Don't worry about him. You're not a high-ranking official. It's okay if you don't keep your word. That old man is shameless to compete with a junior like you. Tang Xian had actually forgotten about this matter. Young man, Miss Tang is right. Let's go. You can leave through the VIP exclusive passage with Miss Tang now. You don't have to go through the main entrance. Yuan Pe kindly reminded him. Li Daochong smiled and said, Thank you. Since Mr. Li is not an invited guest, it's more comfortable to go through the main entrance. Tang Xian was anxious. Li Daochong, are you stupid? Don't worry about anything now. Treat me to a meal. Li Daochong smiled indifferently and walked toward the main entrance. Tang Xian's hand, which was holding on to Li Daochong, had somehow missed him. When she wanted to grab him again, he was already more than 10 meters away. Yuan Pe and LV Chung didn't see this movement technique clearly. Go stop him. Don't let him go out, Tang Xian anxiously said to the 2 bodyguards. Yuan Pe and LV Chung looked at each other. Just as they were about to move to stop Li Daochong, he was already gone. Li Daochong had already walked out of the door. How boring. We were fooled. Let's go. A cultivator said disappointedly. Everyone, let's disperse. F***CK. How can there be such a fart in public in this world? Damn it, what a waste of my feelings. F***CK. If I knew this would happen, I would have stopped that kid when I came out. Old man Xian Kong's old face was extremely gloomy. Just now, he had been using his telekinesis to search for Li Daochong's aura, but he did not sense anything. It seemed that he was no longer in miscellaneous Treasure Street. It was obvious that he had been fooled. In his anger, he took a deep breath and said, Li Daochong, do you think that everything will be fine if you slip away today? This sound wave was like a wild wave, shaking the surrounding cultivators until they were dizzy. Many people directly fell to the ground and could not stand up. The sound wave instantly spread more than 10 kilometers away. Old thing, I'm not here. Are you blind? Baidu Search Dong 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. Chapter 550. Li Daochong held Xiaoling River's hand and slowly walked out of the auction house's main entrance. A faint layer of light enveloped Xiaoling River and Lin Nuanyu behind her. The 2 women did not feel old man Xian Kong's sound wave attack at all. Most of the surrounding cultivators were swaying left and right. Only a small portion of the cultivators could resist Yuanying cultivators' sound waves. When they saw Li Daochong appear, many cultivators were surprised and looked at Li Daochong as if they were looking at an idiot. It was as if they were saying, "Kid, you really came. Aren't you courting death? If you don't come, I'll say you're a coward. If you come, I'll say you're stupid." No matter what he did, he would always have something to say with his mouth. When old man Xian Kong saw Li Daochong, he was stunned for a moment. Previously, he had been detecting Li Daochong's aura and did not sense any aura at all. Now that he saw him, he shot out his psychic power, but it was still like a stone sinking into the sea. He could not sense anything. A hint of doubt flashed across old man Xian Kong's turbid eyes. It's best that you didn't run. Come on, stretch out your legs and let me try hitting you." Old man Xian Kong did not waste any time and said directly. Li Daochong let go of Xiaoling River's small hand and touched her small head. He said gently, "Lingxi, stand further away. Don't touch you." "Okay." Xiaoling River responded and retreated to the side. However, her big eyes revealed a worried look. She knew that big brother Daochong was very powerful, but that old man was Yuaniing cultivator. In the eyes of ordinary people, Foundation establishment cultivators were already invincible. Jean Dan was an exalted immortal, but what was Yuaniing? He was a true immortal. He was an immortal who could go to heaven and earth and even roam the starry sky with his own strength. After taking 2 steps, Xiaoling River turned around and said, "Big brother Daochong, be careful." Li Daochong blinked. "Don't worry, your big brother Daochong is amazing." After receiving a response, the worry in Xiaoling River's heart disappeared without a trace. She trusted Li Daochong unconditionally. Lin Nuanyu, on the other hand, was at a loss for what to do. She wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. She retreated to the side with Xiaoling River, but her heart was in turmoil and unable to calm down. In her opinion, the best outcome for Li Daochong would be to have his legs broken, and this matter would come to an end. Li Daochong walked to the center of the arena, as if he was taking a stroll. He faced the mysterious sky old man and said calmly, "Look carefully and fight. You only have one chance, old thing." "Ha ha, young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today this old man will break your legs in front of all the cultivators. Then you will have to kneel before this old man and kowtow to apologize. Wait a minute." Just as the mysterious sky old man raised his hand, a delicate shout came from the direction of the auction house's entrance. Tang Xian hurriedly ran out from inside. "Mysterious sky old man, on my account, can you not be calculative with a junior?" The mysterious sky old man looked at Tang Xian coldly. You're just an entertainer. How much can your face be worth?" As he said that, the mysterious sky old man raised his palm, and his spiritual energy surged. He did not have the slightest intention of holding back. Li Daochong had angered this old man quite a bit. Judging from his aura, he would not stop until he crippled Li Daochong. "No!" Tang Xian exclaimed. However, how could the mysterious sky old man listen to her? It would have been better if she had not exclaimed. Her exclamation seemed to have provoked the old man even more, and he exerted more force in his hand. A strong wind blew in the miscellaneous treasure square, and the ground under the mysterious sky old man's feet cracked. The airwaves rolled, blowing the onlookers all over the place. Some of the weaker ones were directly blown away and fell heavily on the ground. Boom! F***CK. How is this breaking his leg? He's going to kill him. A cultivator covered his head and shouted as he scurried away. Bang! Crack! With this palm, there's a muffled sound, accompanied by the continuous sound of bones breaking. Because the mysterious sky old man had used his true power, sand and stones flew around, and dust and smoke curled up, enveloping him and Li Daochong. Their situation could not be seen clearly. How is it? Is that brat still alive? That's tough. He's dead for sure. The cultivators who were pushed to the corners by the air waves guessed. Bing bing. The brat is either dead or crippled. You can vent your anger now. Jin Zhonghua did not forget to curry favor with Chun Bingbing. This kind of person deserves to be beaten. It's too easy for him to die. It's better if he's crippled. Let's see how arrogant he can be, Chun Bingbing said angrily. Tang Xian stood in front of the entrance of the auction house in a daze, looking at the dust and smoke rising in the center of the auction house. Her pretty face was pale. Li Daochong was a rising star that she had high hopes for. His performance in the 100 Schools Alliance exam was really amazing. Was he gone just like that? The two bodyguards, Yuan Pe and LV Chung, stood in front of Tang Xian to protect her. They completely blocked the airwaves. Seeing that Tang Xian's expression was very bad, Assistant Ahong said, "Miss, don't look anymore. Let's go." But Tang Xian did not move. The dust and smoke quickly dissipated. Everyone stared straight at the center of the auction house. A few seconds later, the dust and smoke completely dissipated. However, the scene of Li Daochong kneeling on the ground with a broken leg or even a corpse did not appear. Li Daochong was as still as a mountain, standing with his hands behind his back. His ordinary martial attire was clean and tidy. There was no sign that he had been hit by cultivator Yuanying. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to Li Daochong's legs. Huh? How could he still stand with a broken leg? The cultivators on the sidelines were dumbfounded. For a moment, the entire square was silent. Everyone was thinking about the same question. 2 to 3 seconds later, a muffled groan was heard. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted from Li Daochong to Old Man Xian Kong, who had let out a muffled groan. The arm that Old Man Xian Kong had used to strike was strangely hanging in front of his body. 2 white bones protruded from his elbow joint, exposing his skin. His entire arm was a bloody mess. What? This? Shock and disbelief were written all over everyone's faces. Their worldview had completely collapsed at this moment. Sister Nuanyu, I said that Big Brother Daochong would be fine, right? Big Brother Daochong would never lie to me. Xiaoling River said proudly. In fact, when Old Man Xian Kong had struck out with his palm, her little heart had also trembled violently and almost stopped beating. No matter how confident she was, seeing such a situation, the 9-year-old Xiaoling River was scared out of her wits. For a moment, she thought that she was going to lose Big Brother Daochong forever. Brother Jing, am I seeing things? Shun Bingbing stuttered. No, I know. Jin Zhongwei stood rooted to the ground in a daze. His mind was blank. Tang Xian was still staring blankly at the center of the square. However, at this moment, the paleness on her face gradually disappeared and some color returned. However, the worry in her eyes was replaced by shock. The 2 bodyguards, Yuan Po and LV Chung, had their mouths agape. Their assistant, Ahong, was like an ice sculpture. The person who had been hit was completely fine, but the attacker had lost an arm. The most terrifying thing was that the attacker was a mid-stage Yuanying cultivator. In fact, among everyone, the most shocked person was Old Man Xian Kong. At this moment, Old Man Xian Kong no longer had that arrogant attitude of looking down on everyone. His old eyes were looking at Li Daochong in fear. The moment his palm struck Li Daochong's leg, Old Man Xian Kong felt that he was no longer a Yuanying cultivator. Instead, he felt like an ordinary person who had struck an iron pillar without thinking. Moreover, it was an iron pillar that could emit lightning. For a moment, Old Man Xian Kong wondered if he would be shocked to death by the recoil. How could this be? This Yuanying cultivator was dumbfounded. Even a late-stage Yuanying cultivator would be injured if he stood still and allowed Old Man Xian Kong to hit him. A soul formation cultivator? When this term flashed through his mind, Old Man Xian Kong staggered back a step. Who are you? Old Man Xian Kong asked while trembling in fear. Break your own legs. Li Daochong said indifferently, turned around, and left. Under everyone's gaze, Li Daochong walked to Xiaoling River's side. He held the little girl's little hand and walked toward Tang Xian. Miss Tang, why are you still standing there? Let's go eat, Li Daochong said as if nothing had happened. Okay, Tang Xian replied subconsciously. Boss Lin, let's go together, Li Daochong said to Lin Nuanyu, who was standing still behind him. Tang Xian, who reacted, pressed her wristwatch, and a luxurious flying shuttle flew over. The few of them sat on the flying shuttle together. Before it started, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from outside. Crack! Old man Xian Kong knelt on the ground with deformed legs and kowtowed in the direction of the flying shuttle. Then, he said, Xian Kong was blind. With a whoosh, the flying shuttle rose from the ground and flew away from the square. In a separate private room on the top floor of the auction house, Tsang Jiao stood in front of the window and witnessed everything that had just happened. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Even though she knew that Li Daocheng was very powerful, when she saw such a shocking scene, she was still shocked. After the auction ended, all the big shots left immediately. As for the harsh words that Li Daocheng and old man Xian Kong said, they were not interested in them at all. The cultivators who stayed to watch the show were not very powerful. That night, planet North Star was destined to not be peaceful. Old man Xian Kong had a bet with a young man surnamed Li. In the end, he broke his leg with a palm strike, crippled one of his arms, and then broke his own legs. Many of the cultivators who were watching recorded the whole process. However, when they looked back, there was nothing. It was blank. When did such a powerful person appear in the Shenghua Federation? He could make Yuanying, a mid-stage cultivator, break his own legs. Could he be a soul formation cultivator? After the news spread, many cultivators came to the auction house, wanting to get a picture of Li Daocheng. However, after checking all the spirit vision surveillance cameras, they found nothing. The parts where he appeared would immediately become white. It seemed that as long as the spirit vision cameras were aimed at him, there would be strong interference. Therefore, everything was only in rumors. Those who did not see it with their own eyes could only imagine it from the rumors. Li Xinjuan's name spread throughout planet North Star overnight and shocked the entire planet. Many cultivators from other places rushed to North Star City, wanted to see the glory of a soul formation cultivator. However, how could they find him? Rado Shinji had just appeared on 13 Spectre, and Li Xinjuan had appeared on planet North Star. In just 2 or 3 months, 2 young soul formation cultivators had appeared in the Shenghua Federation. The entire Federation was in an uproar. Some people even began to discuss whether or not the Shenghua Federation could be considered the 4th largest cultivation empire. Baidu Searchdong 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. Chapter 551. Ever since Li Daocheng went to Jindan, he would cover his entire body with telekinesis no matter where he went. No spiritual or magnetic devices could capture him effectively. Of course, Li Daocheng was not the only one who could do this. Any cultivator with some strength in the cultivation world would do this. No one would want their image to be spread everywhere and be recognized wherever they went. That would not be fun, and they would have to be careful when doing things. There were only a few soul formation cultivators in the Federation. They were famous throughout the Federation, and their names were known by everyone. However, almost no one knew what they looked like. This was also the reason why there were very few videos on the spiritual internet in the Great Cultivation era, even though the spiritual internet was extremely developed. This was because you simply couldn't get a picture of a powerful cultivator. Psychokinesis could cause a great disturbance to all spiritual and magnetic devices, and could even destroy them. 2 young soul formation cultivators appeared in the Federation in such a short time. Even the neighboring Kuan Empire started to pay attention. However, the netizens of the Kuan Empire did not care. They snorted when they saw the Shenghua Federation's netizens bragging that they would become the 4th empire. The 4th empire? Just because there are 2 new soul formation cultivators? Let me give you a word of advice. Frogs at the bottom of a well. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Let's not talk about whether those 2 are in the soul formation stage. Even if they are they that awesome? In the Kuan Empire, soul formation cultivators are only in the middle class. There are at least 20 million of them. They don't even have void refinement stage cultivators, and they're already talking about being the 4th empire. Who gave you the courage? I just want to say that there are at least 300,000 void refinement stage cultivators in our Kuan Empire. Let me ask you something. Back then, wasn't the standard for a cultivation empire to have a tribulation stage cultivator? Since when did two soul formation cultivators become a cultivation empire. Ignorance is blameless. On the spiritual internet forums of the Shanghua Federation, cultivators from the Kuan Empire left countless mocking comments. However, what they said was the truth. Soul formation stage was nothing in the three great cultivation empires. It was just a threshold to become a high-level cultivator. The threshold to becoming a cultivator was the foundation establishment stage. Once one reached the soul formation stage, one would only be able to step into the ranks of cultivators. All I can say is that you have a sliver of a chance to become a grand ascension cultivator. Of course, this is only a sliver of a chance. It was the same as whether a foundation establishment cultivator could cultivate to the divinity transformation realm. In fact, 90% of the remaining spirit realm was occupied by the three cultivation empires. The remaining 10% was occupied by many small cultivation countries. In fact, these small cultivation countries were just the motes of the remaining spirit realm universe, a line of defense that blocked the Hades. The Shanghua Federation was just one of these small cultivation countries. Of course, it was the most powerful one and occupied the largest area. Of the remaining dozens of small cultivation countries, 2 or 3 were on par with the Shanghua Federation. The other cultivation countries only had 1 or 2 soul formation cultivators. It was unfortunate to be born in this era, but it was even more unfortunate to be born in a place other than one of the 3 great cultivation empires. They could be attacked by the Hades at any time, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Of course, Li Daocheng didn't know what was happening on the spiritual nexus. Other than looking up information, Li Daocheng almost never went on the spiritual nexus. At this time, Li Daocheng was sitting in a high-end private winery recommended by Tang Xian and enjoying delicious food. Li Daocheng was not familiar with the North Star City, so he naturally didn't know where to find delicious food. When treating friends to a meal, whether it was expensive or not was secondary. The taste was definitely important. With Tang Xian's status, it was inevitable that she would have to entertain a lot of people. In addition, she used to study at the North Star University, so she was naturally familiar with the city. Before treating Li Daocheng, of course, he asked Tang Xian where the best food was. Then Tang Xian introduced this winery called the Heavenly Cloud Cave. If they hadn't experienced the auction, Tang Xian wouldn't have introduced Li Daocheng to such a high-end place. However, Li Daocheng didn't even frown when he spent 700 million at the auction. With this kind of wealth, no matter how high-end the place was, it was nothing to Li Daocheng. No matter how expensive the food and drinks were, compared to the auction, even a small wizard meeting a grand wizard wouldn't be enough to describe it. However, this meal was something that ordinary people would never see in their lifetime. Only cultivators could eat this kind of immortal food. Of course, ordinary cultivators couldn't afford it. There were 7 people at the table, and the minimum cost was 1,000 elementary spirit stones per person. Li Daocheng wasn't stingy. Since he would treat everyone according to the highest standards. All the dishes were made of various spirit vegetables and spirit meat. There were ice dragon tenderloin, 9 twist spirit bamboo shoots, giant spirit crab roe, flaming phoenix claw, 1,000-year king turtle, thunder tiger paw, and so on. The price of any one of the dishes was shockingly expensive. Of course, these immortal dishes weren't just for filling the stomach. If ordinary people ate one of them, they could greatly strengthen their physique. Cultivators could also nourish their bodies. When a famous person like Tang Xian saw Li Daocheng order like this, she was really shocked. She couldn't help but remind Li Daocheng to order less. The 2 bodyguards who followed Tang Xian, Yuan Pe and LV Cheng, were overjoyed. Body-tempering cultivators like them needed nourishment the most. They were veritable gluttons. They couldn't wait for Li Daocheng to order more. However, the 2 soon felt that something was wrong. Not only did Li Daocheng order a variety of dishes, but the amount was also extremely shocking. Even gluttons like them felt that it was a bit too much. Mr. Li, you don't have to be so polite. Just eat enough. You can't finish it if you order too much. Yuanpa felt that Li Daocheng was too enthusiastic and couldn't help but say, "Yeah, Mr. Li, it's a waste if we can't finish it." LV Chung followed. "There's so many people here. I'd better order more." Li Daocheng lowered his head and looked at the menu. Seeing Li Daocheng so enthusiastic, Yuanpa and LV Chung really felt a little embarrassed. The waitress, who had been standing on the side for a long time, looked at Li Daocheng dumbfoundedly. There were only 7 people in total, and one of them was a child. Even 70 people might not be able to finish the dishes ordered by this customer. How was this ordering? This was clearly a New Year's shopping spree. Li Daocheng, order more. It's enough. Tang Xian blushed with shame. Order more. There are so many people eating. Li Daocheng took the time to reply while adding more dishes. If we can't finish it, we can take it away. The beautiful waitress interjected. She couldn't wait for the customer to order more. She could get a commission. Yeah, if we can't finish it, we can take it away. Li Daocheng followed. There are so many. We'll need a shuttle truck to transport it. Tang Xian's voice almost changed as she exclaimed. The winery can provide transport shuttles. The beautiful waitress followed. Lin Nuanyu's eyes lit up when she saw Li Daocheng order a lot of celestial dishes. She usually couldn't bear to eat these dishes, and she couldn't afford them. Today, she could finally try them. However, when Li Daocheng ordered more and more, Lin Nuanyu only muttered in her heart, "Mr. Li is really wasteful." Out of everyone at the table, only Xiao Lingxi was watching Li Daocheng order the dishes with great interest. From time to time, she would even ask what this and that were. Li Daocheng would patiently introduce the dishes to her when he was ordering. It took more than 20 minutes just to order the dishes. When the waitress came to the kitchen with the menu, the chief chef of Heavenly Cloud, Immortal Mansion, Chatterbox Liu, almost frowned. There were so many dishes. Were they trying to play him to death? The customer is king. No matter how heavy the task is, if the customer is rich, you have to do it. The reputation of Heavenly Cloud Immortal Mansion must not be ruined. If there was not enough food in stock, he would immediately send people to purchase them. If there was not enough manpower, he would directly gather all the available manpower in the winery. Heavenly Cloud Immortal Mansion Winery was a high-end winery in North Star. There were more than 100 people's worth of dishes. After the kitchen was allocated, it quickly began to operate under the command of the chef. Everyone was extremely busy. Due to the commotion, even the owner, Yi Tianyun, was alerted. Today, Yi Tianyun happened to receive an important guest in the winery. The price of this deal was more than 1,000,000 primary spirit stones, which was equal to the entire Heavenly Cloud Immortal Mansion Winery's turnover of all the high-end guests in 3 days. Yi Tianyun was taking Yi Xiaoxiong, a distinguished guest from St. Hua Planet, to visit the kitchen. The latter was an investor that Yi Tianyun spent a lot of effort to recruit. Whether the winery could be expanded to St. Hua Planet or not depends on this young Master Ye's investment. Yi Xiaoxiong was indeed very interested in Heavenly Cloud Immortal Mansion. He also knew that the winery had a good reputation in North Star. It's just that he didn't expect it to be so good. In such a big kitchen, dozens of people were busy. It wasn't easy to make celestial-grade dishes. These dishes required a fire that ordinary young fire couldn't achieve. "Bossy, your winery's business is so good. If I don't invest in it, wouldn't it be too bad?" Yi Xiaoxiong looked at the kitchen and said, "Young Master Yi, you are our winery's lucky star. Knowing that you are here, the business will naturally come." Yi Tianyun flattered. "Bossy is really good at talking." Yi Xiaoxiong smiled, then asked, "Bossy, we just came from the hall, although there were a lot of guests, but it's not enough to make the kitchen so busy, right? Your box is only high-end, not a rush. How can it be so busy?" As an investor, Yi Xiaoxiong is not stupid. This kind of scene is not something that he hasn't seen before. Some businessmen who seek sponsorship in order to get investment will cheat in front of investors, hoping to get more investment and sponsorship. These 2 questions really stunned Yi Tianyun. In fact, he was also very strange. "What's wrong with the kitchen today?" "Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. I will ask the head chef." Yi Tianyun didn't intend to fool Yi Xiaoxiong. Liu Chatterbox was quickly called over. "Chatterbox, is there so much on today's menu? Yi Tianyun asked in front of Yi Xiaoxiang. Boss, everything was normal at first, but a table of guests suddenly came and asked for a private room. They ordered a menu for more than 100 people, and it was the standard amount of Jindan stage cultivators. If we don't hurry to order, we will neglect the guests. Chatterbox Lu replied honestly. Oh, is it? Let me see the menu. Yi Tianyun curiously said. Lu Chatterbox immediately took out a menu that was more than 2 meters long from his pocket. When he took the menu and looked at it, Yi Tianyun took a breath. All the dishes are of the highest standard. Who is so rich? How many people did the other party come? Yi Tianyun continued. Lu Chatterbox scratched his head. Boss, I am not very clear, but I just heard from the waiter that there are only 7 people. What? 7 people? So many? Yi Tianyun stared. Lu Chatterbox also felt incredible and nodded slightly with a blank face. Bossy, these guests are interesting. I'm a little curious. I don't know if Bossy can take me to meet them. Yi Xiaoxiang didn't believe the conversation between Lu Chatterbox and Yi Tianyun at all. These can be arranged in advance for him to see. Young Master Yi, I'm also very curious, but this winery has a rule not to disturb guests when they are eating unless it is an emergency. Yi Tianyun told the truth. But in Yi Xiaoxiang's ears, he was even more suspicious, and his face showed obvious displeasure. Yi Tianyun is a businessman, and he can immediately see that Yi Xiaoxiang is suspicious. Investment is a sensitive thing. Once there is a misunderstanding, the future cooperation will be difficult. Young Master Yi, the rules are dead, but people are alive, not to mention you want to meet them. This kind of situation is naturally in the category of emergency. Sometimes in order to get closer to the guests, I will greet them with a toast or something. If young Master Yi doesn't mind, I can take you to toast with him. Yi Tianyun quickly changed the topic. I like to make friends. I also like to make friends. Yi Xiaoxiang said with a relaxed face. Young Master Yi, please. Yi Tianyun secretly sighed and praised himself for his cleverness. Heavenly Cloud Cave Mansion, Room 101. Li Daochong is eating. He can't remember how long it has been since he last ate like this. Shaoling River is sitting next to Li Daochong. Not to be outdone, she is also eating with relish from the beginning until now. She hasn't stopped eating. Tang Xian, Lin Nuanyu, and her assistant, Ahong, stare at the two of them with their mouths agape. How could they eat so much? Yuan Pe and LV Chung can keep up with the rhythm at first, but when the 59th dish is served, their stomach has reached the limit. At this time, they understand that this Mr. Li is not enthusiastic. He really doesn't think it is enough. Genius memorized this site's address. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 552. A cultivator's appetite was much larger than an ordinary person's, but it wouldn't be too excessive. Generally, it was normal for a person to eat as much as 3 to 5 people. After that, no matter how high one's cultivation was, it was still within this range. Of course, there were some people with big appetites who could eat as much as 10 people, but this kind of situation was rare. A super glutton like Li Daochong, who could eat as much as 100 or 200 people, was extremely rare. There were 7 people at the table. Tang Xian and the other 4 had already eaten their fill. At this time, they were all staring blankly at Li Daochong and Shaoling River gorging themselves. Their stomachs were like bottomless pits, as if they could never be filled. Dishes were served one after another. Soon, Li Daochong and Shaoling River finished everything. More than 100 dishes were all in their stomachs in a short time, but they didn't show any signs of swelling. Oh, I can't eat too much at night. It's easy to have indigestion. I'm barely half full. Shaoling River sighed as she touched her stomach with satisfaction. Tang Xian's beautiful eyes widened. She was only half full. What would it look like if she ate until she was completely full? Yuan Pe and LV Chung thought they could eat a lot, but now they realized that they couldn't even compare to this little girl. Li Daochong always thought that he was the only one in the world who could eat so much. It was all thanks to the blood upgrader. It wasn't until the first time he had a meal with Xiaoling River that Li Daochong realized he wasn't lonely. Xiaoling River's appetite was no worse than his. Li Daochong saw Xiaoling River's appetite and understood why her grandparents were so poor. They really couldn't afford to raise her. Li Daochong looked up some information and found that people with hidden spiritual meridians had a big appetite. This had a lot to do with their physique. No wonder this girl looked malnourished. It wasn't easy to feed her. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Are there any dishes that haven't been served yet? Xiaoling River's eyes lit up. Come on in. Tang Xian thought it was a dish runner and said directly. The door opened, but it wasn't the waiter who came in. Instead, it was two men with extraordinary bearing. Xian. Yi Xiaoxiong was surprised to see Tang Xian. Isn't this Tang Xian? Am I seeing things? Yi Tianyin couldn't believe it. Yi Tianyin didn't expect that such a big star would come to Heavenly Cloud Immortal Cave. Tang Xian came to Heavenly Cloud Immortal Cave several times, but every time she came, she was very low-key, so this was the first time Yi Tianyin saw her. Young Master Yi. Tang Xian also looked at Yi Xiaoxiong in surprise. A trace of displeasure emerged in his heart. Follow me. Young Master Yi, you know Miss Tang? Yi Tianyin immediately understood. More than just know each other, we are old friends and classmates for many years. Yi Xiaoxiong said, while looking at Tang Xian. As long as he saw her face, he always felt some kind of indescribable desire in his heart. Miss Tang, my name is Yi Tianyin, the owner of Heavenly Cloud Immortal Cave Winery. It is a great honor for you to visit this winery. Can I have your autograph? Yi Tianyin quickly introduced himself. Bossy, your winery has a rule that guests are not allowed to be disturbed when they are eating. Today I have a small gathering with my friends, and you suddenly came in. What's the matter? Tang Xian's face was cold, especially when she saw Yi Xiaoxiong again. She didn't believe that this was a coincidence. It's like this. I saw that you ordered a lot of dishes in the kitchen, so I came here to thank you for coming, and I will add 2 of our signature dishes for free. Yi Tianyin immediately said, Okay, if you want to add 2 more desserts. Xiaoling River said excitedly when she heard that she can add more dishes. Her small tongue can't help but lick her lips. Munch. While talking, from time to time, came the sound of eating with relish. Yi Xiaoxiong quickly noticed Li Daochong, who was sitting and eating. Little Xian, so you and this little brother are coming to the Heavenly Cloud abode for a meal. Why didn't you tell me in advance? If you had told me in advance, I could have arranged it for you. Yi Xiaoxiong said to Tang Xian after seeing Li Daochong's unsightly table manners. Young Master Yi, there's no need to trouble yourself with such a small matter. Tang Xian replied out of courtesy. Xian, what's the big deal between us? Don't treat me like an outsider. Don't you know how I feel about you? Yi Xiaoxiong said bluntly, as if he was deliberately saying it for Li Daochong to hear. But at this moment, Li Daochong didn't care about the conversation between them at all. He was focused on eating the dishes in front of him. Young Master Yi, Xian still wants to talk with her friends. You don't want to stay here all the time, right? Tang Xian was very dissatisfied with Yi Xiaoxiong's straightforwardness, so she bluntly asked him to leave. No. Boss Yi and I came here to propose a toast to you. Yi Xiaoxiong replied. Yi Tianyin took out the wine and wine glass, poured 2 glasses, one of which was handed over to Yi Xiaoxiong. Xian, this little brother just got a lot of limelight in the auction. Why didn't you introduce him to me? Yi Xiaoxiong said after taking the wine glass. Yi family was a big family, and Yi Xiaoxiong himself was very strong. He was also a yuanying middle-stage cultivator. Tang Xian was unhappy with Yi Xiaoxiong's attitude, but she couldn't really fall out with Yi Xiaoxiong. Yi Xiaoxiong raised his wine glass and looked at Tang Xian with a smile. Even if she was disturbed, Tang Xian couldn't really get angry, so she had to introduce. Young Master Yi, this is my good friend Li Daochong. You just met at the auction, Li Daochong. This is Black Tortoise Group's director, Yi Xiaoxiong. Li Daochong, a very unique name. Li Daoyu, Tang Xian's friend's my friend. Come, let me propose a toast to you. This meal is on me. Yi Xiaoxiong said generously. Is it on you? Li Daochong raised his head and glanced at Yi Xiaoxiong. He said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Yi, you've turned the tables the moment you arrived. That's quite unique. You barged into someone else's private room without permission. Let's not talk about toasting first." Li Daochong didn't even stand up. Yi Tianyan was a bit stunned. He didn't think that this seemingly ordinary young man would be so arrogant. Even Yi Xiaoxiong's face. Black Tortoise Group's director, Yi family's young master. Yi Xiaoxiong has never been treated like this. Punish himself with a toast. In the whole federation, the young people who dare to say this to him can be counted with 2 hands. Who do you think you are? You're the young master of one of the so-called 4 big families in Blue Bay Star. The Li family? Yi Xiaoxiong's eyes flashed a gloomy color. In front of Tang Xian, he naturally can't lose his temper. I'll let you be proud for a while. Tonight is the day of your death. This young master won't care too much about a dead man. Yi Tianyan looked at Yi Xiaoxiong nervously, fearing that Yi Xiaoxiong, one of the 4 young masters of Shenghua, would go berserk on the spot. Li Daoyu is right. It's really abrupt. Okay, I'll punish myself with a toast. Yi Xiaoxiong said and drank the wine in his glass. Boss the bill. Yi Xiaoxiong just finished drinking Li Daochong and wiped his mouth. Yi Tianyan was directly stunned. This kid really didn't give Yi Xiaoxiong a way out. Li Daochong didn't think so much. He just didn't like this kind of guy. Whose friend is my friend? This kind of routine of scene, listening to it feels uncomfortable to the ears. Yi Xiaoxiong's shrewdness is deep. At this time, he is somewhat embarrassed. Li Daoyu, I just said, this meal is on me. Why do you still want to pay the bill? Are you looking down on me? I can afford a meal. You don't have to pay the bill. But when others eat in the future, it's better not to rush in. It's really uncomfortable. Li Daochong doesn't care what kind of background Yi Xiaoxiong has. He didn't take the initiative to trouble Yi family. Is already very good. Li Daoyu, you don't give me face. Don't you even give face to Tang Xian? Yi Xiaoxiong said in a deep voice. Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. Yi Daoyu, please let me go. Li Daochong was too lazy to talk nonsense, stood up, and said. Yi Xiaoxiong was a little angry. Tang Xian was standing next to him. How can he let this kid have the upper hand? And was about to speak. Tang Xian said, Yi Xiaoxiong, we still have things to do. You won't let us go, right? Yi Xiaoxiong glanced at Li Daochong and suppressed the anger in his heart. His cold face suddenly broke into a smile. How could that be? Xian, I was rude today. After I'm done with this, I'll definitely hold a banquet to apologize to you. Yi Tianyan listened to Yi Xiaoxiong's words. The tension on his face finally eased. Yi Xiaoxiong stepped aside and looked at Li Daochong as if he was looking at a dead man. This meal cost more than 1 million primary spirit stones. It is definitely a sky-high price dinner. Li Daochong paid the bill, and the group of 7 left the Heavenly Cloud Cave Mansion Winery. Almost at the same time, Yi Xiaoxiong sent a message to Tua Yinzun. I changed my mind. Don't kill that kid, cripple him, and bring him to me tonight. I want to interrogate him personally. Dear customer, I will follow your order. In 2 hours, I will bring someone to see you. Outside the winery, Tang Xian said to Li Daochong with an apologetic face. I am sorry, I wanted to talk to you about the old days, but I didn't expect an uninvited guest to come. You can't get rid of a fly. Just get used to it. That guy doesn't seem like a good person. You should be more careful when you interact with him. If I'm not wrong, he should be interested in you, Li Daochong reminded. Tang Xian sighed and said with a desolate expression, Previously, he almost became my fiancé, but the Yi family pressured our family to propose marriage. Fortunately, the old principal of Northern Star University stepped in and suppressed the matter. 2 months ago, the old principal fell on calming Demon Star, but recently, he has begun to appear in front of me more frequently. That guy may look well-dressed on the surface, but he is actually a pervert. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Li Daochong wanted to help Tang Xian, but seeing that she was unwilling to talk about it, he naturally didn't ask more. Miss Tang, goodbye. Tang Xian smiled and said, Okay. After they parted, Li Daochong brought Xiaoling River and Lin Nuanyu back to the residence he had just bought. After settling Xiaoling River down, Li Daochong adjusted his breathing and meditated in his room. From tomorrow onwards, he would transform Xiaoling River's body and let her take the 9 transformation heavenly pill. Li Daochong habitually expanded his psychic power. At night, an extremely weak aura suddenly appeared at an extremely fast speed. Li Daochong's closed eyes opened slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It's finally here. Li Daochong heard the conversation between Tuo Yin-shi and Yi Xiaoxiong at the auction without missing a single word. In fact, everything that happened at the auction was under Li Daochong's control. How could his psychic power, which surpassed the early stage of the soul formation realm, be blocked so easily? Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 553. Tuo Yinshi snuck into the house like a ghost. He had left a mark on Li Daochong, so he could easily find Li Daochong's location. As a Dark Knight assassin, Tuo Yinshi was an excellent infiltrator. Although his strength had not reached the level of Yuanying, Jin Dan assassins were not to be underestimated. Assassinating ordinary Yuanying cultivators was a piece of cake. The black robe that Tuo Yinshi was wearing was a Tongxian-level concealment robe. It could hide from the telekinesis detection of advanced Yuanying cultivators. Under the night sky, he came and went without a trace. He could kill without a trace. Tonight's target was a nobody. To Tuo Yinshi, it was no pressure at all. This was just a hunting operation that could not even be considered as an assassin's drill. Tuo Yinshi had experienced such a scene countless times. He could not be more familiar with it. After sneaking into the house, Tuo Yinshi did not rush to the target. Instead, he set up a spiritual array barrier that he had prepared beforehand. This kind of barrier was used to isolate space. Although the target was not worth mentioning, Tuo Yinshi did not omit the procedure as he was a qualified assassin. As a qualified assassin, regardless of whether the target was powerful or not, he had to treat it seriously. Only in this way could he guarantee that nothing would go wrong. The purpose of the spiritual array barrier was to prevent conflicts. With the barrier, if the target resisted, Tuo Yinshi could use his full strength to kill or capture the target. After the preparations were completed, Tuo Yinshi still did not rush to Li Daochong's room. He stood there like a shadow. He released a little of his spiritual sense to detect all living things in the house. Besides Li Daochong, there was also a little girl and a female cultivator. Tuo Yinshi's face that was hidden behind the hood of his robe revealed a trace of evil. Simply killing people was not Tuo Yinshi's intention. Tuo Yinshi's greatest pleasure was to make people feel despair and fear. During the auction, Li Daochong was very concerned about the little girl. If he made a move on the little girl first, he might not need to use too many methods to capture the kid. After thinking, Tuo Yinshi glanced at Li Daochong's room. His figure flashed and sneaked into the room next door. The furnishings in the room were simple. There was only a bed, a table, and a few chairs scattered around. On the bed, Xiaoling River was sleeping soundly. Tuo Yinjin smiled sinisterly and stretched out his hand, aiming at Xiaoling River's neck. When Tuo Yinji's hand touched the Xiaoling River, it passed through her like air. "What's going on?" Tuo Yinjiao was shocked. He felt that something was wrong. The little girl on the bed had disappeared. Spiritual personification? Tuo Yinjin felt a chill run down his spine. As an assassin, how could he not know what this situation meant? Had he been discovered? Although Tuo Yinjin did not want to believe this fact, the fact that the other party had arranged this illusion in advance was enough to explain everything. Tuo Yinzuan did not hesitate. He changed his mind and changed his plan. He immediately attacked Li Daochong, grabbed him, and left immediately. Tuo Yinjin turned around and was about to execute his movement technique. However, the moment he turned around, a loud bang rang out. The spiritual light in the room suddenly lit up, and the entire room instantly broke away from the darkness. The dazzling brilliance made Tuo Yinji feel a little dazed for a moment. However, Tuo Yinji's vision quickly returned to normal. When he saw the situation in the room, he was stunned. Immediately after, An extremely strong sense of fear spread in Tua Yinji's heart. He had clearly snuck into the little girl's bedroom. How could he be standing in another room now? The layout of the room that he saw with his naked eyes was completely different from the layout that he had sensed with his spiritual sense when he had snuck in. Moreover, there was no little girl in the room. There was not even a bed. The room was empty. There were only a few scattered chairs. Li Daochong was floating in the air with his legs crossed. At this moment, his eyes were indifferently looking at Tua Yinzuan. "Are you here to kill me?" Li Daochong was the first to speak. Tua Yinzuan did not answer. He did not make any sound. As an assassin, he would not have any entanglements with his target. In the process of carrying out his mission, any interaction would be a waste of time. Although Tua Yinzuan was a little scared, he did not care so much at this moment. His hand moved and several black rays shot out. In such a short distance, their speed was comparable to lightning. A concealed weapon was a necessary weapon for a qualified assassin to kill people. Buzz! The metal vibrated. The 5 black darts that Tua Yinzuan had shot out were instantly locked in place by an invisible force. They were fixed in the air, motionless. What? Tua Yinzuan's eyes widened under his skull cap. Li Daochong did not make any move. The 5 darts were aimed at Tua Yinzuan. "Who are you?" Tua Yinzuan asked in shock. To be able to control his hidden weapons with just telekinesis, how strong was his spiritual sense? Even a cultivator like Yuanying would not be able to do this. "Don't you know?" Li Daochong asked. "Li Daochong? No, you are definitely not him. According to my investigation, Li Daochong's cultivation is at most in the early or middle stages of Jindan. You are much stronger than him." Tua Yinzuan said coldly. "I am Li Daochong. There is no need for you to doubt me. Is this the mark you left on me?" Li Daochong picked up a transparent object the size of a grain of rice. "You already knew." Tua Yinzuan subconsciously took a step back. Such a clumsy tracker. It would be hard not to discover it. As Li Daochong spoke, he squeezed his hand and the grain-shaped tracker was crushed. "Since you have discovered it, you can die." Tua Yinzuan's voice suddenly became ruthless. He suddenly exploded and his aura gushed out like a flood. In an instant, he launched a thunderous attack. In an instant, more than 10 flying swords shot towards Li Daochong. At the same time, a spirit magnetic handgun appeared in Tua Yinzuan's hand. Li Daochong was too lazy to deal with flying swords of this level. The Tsanging shot out and broke all of them. Tua Yinzuan pointed the spirit magnetic handgun at Li Daochong. "Don't move. This spirit magnetic handgun in my hand is a powerful spirit magnetic handgun that I obtained after spending a lot of effort in the Black Prison. It can kill cultivators like the Yuanying. Is that so? You seem very powerful. You could try firing at me." Li Daochong said calmly. "Dao friend, no matter who you are, your level has exceeded the scope of my abilities. This gun is used to save my life. As long as you let me leave, we will mind our own business. How about it?" Tua Yinzuan said seriously. His eyes were fixed on the Tsang ink floating beside Li Daochong. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the more powerful their magic treasure would be. The strength that Li Daochong displayed was far beyond Tua Yinzuan's imagination. That flying knife was enough to instantly kill Tua Yinzuan. "Fire!" Li Daochong revealed a smile. It was as if what was pointed at him was not a Viper's spirit magnetic handgun, but a water gun used by children. "Don't force me." A bead of sweat dripped down Tua Yinzuan's face. "Fire!" Li Daochong shouted. Bang! Tua Yinzuan threw caution to the wind. As an assassin, if he was forced to this extent, there was no need for him to be an assassin in the future. Tua Yinzuan steeled his heart and pulled the trigger of the spirit magnetic handgun. A highly condensed spirit magnetic handgun whizzed out. It turned into a tongue of flame and shot towards Li Daochong. Tua Yinzuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. He did not expect that he would have to pay such a high price to kill this target. A highly condensed spirit magnetic handgun was shockingly expensive. Even for an assassin with a high income like Tua Yinzuan, it was very difficult for him to spend it. It should be known that buying such a bullet would cost him 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ha! A crisp sound rang out. Li Daochong reached out and grabbed the spirit magnetic handgun. What the hell? Tu Yinzun's heart trembled violently, and a transparent liquid dripped down from his nostrils. He caught it? How is this possible? Tu Yinzun felt as if his worldview had completely collapsed at this moment. What was the target of his mission this time? The spirit magnetic handgun's original form was metal. However, there were many fine and complicated patterns on the metal layer. It was actually a metal spirit array used to wrap the highly condensed spirit magnetic handgun. The real killing effect was the highly condensed spirit magnetic handgun wrapped inside. When it was fired, the metal spirit array would instantly come into contact with it, and the spirit magnetic handgun would be released to kill the target. Once the spirit magnetic handgun was released, it would be extremely violent and could not be controlled. However, at this moment, the spirit magnetic handgun was as docile as a lazy Garfield cat. It curled up in Li Daochong's hand. Baidu search 81 Chinese Websidio. No advertising message. Chapter 554. A highly condensed spiritual magnetic energy that was enough to kill a cultivator in the middle stage of yuanying could be controlled so easily. Tu Yinshi's face, which was hidden under the hood of his robe, was distorted in shock. As an assassin, it was a fatal mistake to make in estimating the target's strength. According to the information that Tu Yinshi had, Li Daochong's strength was limited to the middle stage of Jindan. However, the strength of this Li Daochong in front of him was far beyond the middle stage of Jindan. The spiritual magnetic energy in the center of Li Daochong's palm flipped violently. After a series of crackling sounds, it disappeared with a bang. Tell me, where is the headquarters of the Dark Knight? Li Daochong asked calmly. The Dark Knight? Why are you asking this? Shouldn't you be asking me who hired me? Tu Yinjin was confused. Yes, I'm not. Don't need to ask you who sent you. The Yi family won't be able to survive for long. Moreover, they're in the open, so they're easy to deal with. However, the Dark Knight is more troublesome. I don't even know where they are, Li Daochong said calmly. How do you know? Tu Yinshi opened his eyes wide and shouted. He looked at Li Daochong as if he had seen a ghost. How can you block my spiritual sense with your little ability? You don't need to worry about other things now. You just need to tell me everything you know about the Dark Knight. Perhaps I will consider not killing you. Li Daochong stared at Tu Yinshi and said, Killing me is not that easy. Tu Yinshi's voice changed. His entire body suddenly grew bigger. His robe was instantly torn apart, revealing a withered and wrinkled body. Demonic cultivator? Li Daochong's eyes moved. If you're not a person of the dark, why would you walk the path of darkness? Tu Yinshi's voice became hoarse and rough, like sawtooth. If you don't tell me, I will have to search your soul. Li Daochong shook his head and said, That will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Tu Yinjin's terrifying wrinkled face revealed a ferocious expression. Keeping you alive is also a scourge, so I'll just take it as getting rid of a scourge for the people. Li Daochong's eyes flashed with blue gold sparks. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. After I demonize, I can reach the middle stage of yuanying strength for a short period of time. Kid, you're the first one to force me to reveal my true form. Tu Yinwang said, his giant tree fist smashing towards Li Daochong. Boom! Li Daochong's eyes shot out 2 bolts of blue gold lightning. Tu Yinji's arm instantly disappeared, and half of his body was completely destroyed by the lightning power. You, what the hell are you? Tu Yinji asked as he looked at Li Daochong in disbelief. You should be asking yourself what you are. Li Daochong pressed his finger on Tu Yinshi's forehead. A trace of electric current was channeled into Tu Yinshi's body. In an instant, his eyes froze, and the remaining half of his body became motionless. Li Daochong directly searched his soul. Tu Yinshi's sea of consciousness was full of hostility, and almost all of his memories were related to killing. Although he had an unfortunate childhood, he could not blame others. Of course, these were of no use to Li Daocheng and were quickly erased. Finally, in the depths of his sea of consciousness, he finally detected a wisp of memory wrapped in soul power. Tuo Yinsher did not lie. His understanding of the Dark Knight was extremely limited. He was not qualified to know where the headquarters were. Dark Knight assassins were divided into 11 levels. The lowest level was the apprentice assassin. Then there was the junior assassin, intermediate assassin, senior assassin, 1-star assassin, all the way to 7-star assassin. Almost anyone could be an apprentice assassin, as long as you were ruthless enough. Even ordinary people could be an apprentice assassin. Junior assassin needed to have the strength of the Qi gathering stage. Intermediate assassin needed to reach the foundation establishment stage. Senior assassin naturally needed the strength of the Gene Dance stage. Starting from 1-star assassin, they were no longer divided by cultivation, but by the number of missions completed and the degree of difficulty. Even if you were only a Gene Dance stage cultivator, as long as you completed a mission of 1-star or above, you could become a 1-star assassin. However, although it was divided according to cultivation, in most cases, difficult missions could only be completed by assassins with higher cultivation. 2-star missions could not be completed without the cultivation of Yuanying stage cultivators. At 3-star missions, the targets were usually demigod stage cultivators. Occasionally, there would be powerful Yuanying peak stage cultivators. After that, Tuo Yinsher's memory did not have any concept. It was obvious that everything he knew stopped at 3-star missions. Tuo Yinsher himself was only a newly promoted senior Dark Knight assassin. All of Tuo Yinsher's memories were of these rules. As for what kind of organization the Dark Knight was, who was the leader? Where was it? He did not know anything. Tuo Yinsher was only a Dark Knight assassin who had just entered the outer circle. Compared to the assassin who tried to assassinate Li Daocheng 2 years ago, he was only slightly stronger. However, Tuo Yinsher's memory was not completely useless. At least Li Daocheng knew who Tuo Yinsher's upstream contact was. It was the person who issued the mission to Tuo Yinsher. With this clue, he could follow the vine to get to the melon. Li Daocheng memorized Tuo Yinsher's contact code and also put away his life source magic weapon, several black flying swords. Then, Li Daocheng waved his hand, and a fire burned the remaining half of Tuo Yinsher's body from the world. After doing all this, Li Daocheng looked at the world. It was just 2 o'clock in the morning. Then he turned his face to look at the bright pale moonlight outside the window. With a sound, he disappeared. In just a few breaths of time, Li Daocheng returned to the Heavenly Cloud Immortals Cave Winery. Yi Xiaoxiong's aura had stayed there and did not move. Yi Xiaoxiong was the mastermind behind the scenes. He wanted to kill him, so how could Li Daocheng let him live? Yi Xiaoxiong's location was right in the center of the Heavenly Cloud Immortals Cave Winery, and it was heavily guarded. Li Daocheng scanned the area with his divine sense and sensed more than a dozen active auras. Among them, 5 were Yuanying cultivators. The rest were all late Gene Dan cultivators. This Yi Xiaoxiong was very cautious. It seemed that he had offended a lot of people. Otherwise, why would he bring so many bodyguards with him? It wouldn't be difficult to kill all of them, but to do it quietly would be a little difficult. Even if Li Daocheng's current strength was comparable to that of a soul formation cultivator, it would be unrealistic to kill more than a dozen experts without anyone noticing. Moreover, Yi Xiaoxiong's room was surrounded by several spirit formations. Li Daocheng rubbed his chin. His eyes glistened as his divine sense moved. 10 seconds later, a black figure descended from the sky and landed beside Li Daocheng. The black figure was none other than Cherry Blossom Gauze, who had followed Li Daocheng to planet Polaris. Wu Ho of the Rakshasa state, who had been forced to become Li Daocheng's servant, had been healing her wounds in the deep sea of planet Polaris. When Li Daocheng first branded her with his soul seal, Cherry Blossom Gauze thought that she would become Li Daocheng's puppet. But soon, Cherry Blossom Gauze realized that Li Daocheng had given her more freedom than she had expected. Normally, he didn't care about what he was doing. He could do whatever he wanted, whether it was healing or cultivating. The only requirement was that she was not allowed to consume human souls. Mr. Li, why did you summon me so late at night? Cherry Blossom Gauze asked Li Daochong with a smile. I want to treat you to a midnight snack, Li Daochong said with a smile. Midnight snack? Cherry Blossom Gauze didn't understand. That's right, midnight snack. Li Daochong used his telekinesis to transmit Yi Xiaoxiong's appearance and aura to Cherry Blossom Gauze. Go. He's your midnight snack. No one else is allowed to touch him. Because of the connection between their soul seals, it only took a thought for the other to know what they were seeing. Of course, the initiative was in Li Daochong's hands. In most cases, Cherry Blossom Gauze could only accept passively. If she wanted to send a signal to Li Daochong, she needed his permission. Otherwise, there was nothing she could do. After receiving all of Yi Xiaoxiong's information, Cherry Blossom Gauze's beautiful face revealed a hungry expression. Powerful human souls were the favorite food of the creatures of the Hades. Cherry Blossom Gauze had never imagined that Li Daochong would allow her to consume human souls. Happiness came very suddenly. Cherry Blossom Gauze's injuries had been recovering very slowly. The main reason was that there was no external source of energy that could be replenished. In the Hades, she could use the blood pool, but there was no such thing in the spiritual realm. The best way to heal was to consume powerful human souls. However, Li Daochong had said that she was not allowed to consume human souls. Cherry Blossom Gauze could only use the yin qi in the deep polar sea to slowly heal, but the effect was very slow. At this moment, with Li Daochong's permission, Cherry Blossom Gauze was very excited. Thank you, Mr. Li. After that, the beautiful figure turned into a shadow and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in Yi Xiaoxiong's room. On the bed, a man and a woman were fighting fiercely. Cherry Blossom Gauze looked at the scene with interest. She was not in a hurry to act. In this way, Cherry Blossom Gauze silently hid in the darkness like air, watching, until the woman let out a soft moan, and Yi Xiaoxiong showed a satisfied expression. A white shadow quickly flew out of Cherry Blossom Gauze's body and drilled into Yi Xiaoxiong's body. The woman was momentarily absent-minded, as if half of time had stopped. Then, Yi Xiaoxiong's body began to age gradually. His black hair turned white, and then his eyes became dull and lifeless. Finally, he lost all his vigor and became motionless. The white shadow flew out and turned into a blue ball of light. Cherry Blossom Gauze caught it and swallowed it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Cherry Blossom Gauze's small mouth made chewing sounds. This way of consuming human souls was quite unique. Cherry Blossom Gauze showed a satisfied expression as she chewed. It tastes good. Whoosh. Cherry Blossom Gauze disappeared. Everything was normal. There were no traces left. None of the dozen or so bodyguards who were stationed around noticed anything unusual. Outside the winery, Cherry Blossom Gauze returned to Li Daochong. Mr. Li, I've finished my supper. Do you want more? Cherry Blossom Gauze looked expectantly. No, go ahead, Li Daochong said lightly. Mr. Li, it's not enough. Cherry Blossom Gauze still wanted more. There are many evil people in the world. You won't have to worry about food if you follow me. But that's it for today. Li Daochong disappeared after finishing his words. Cherry Blossom Gauze pouted and looked at the winery reluctantly. In her eyes, it was full of delicious food. Unfortunately, she could only look and not eat. She sighed and disappeared into the darkness. Soon, a woman's shrill scream was heard from the winery. Genius memorized the address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 555. The next day, planet North Star exploded. Major media outlets scrambled to report. Black Tortoise Group's director, Yi Xiaoxiong, strangely died. He was having sex when he died, and his lifespan was depleted. Was it a crime of passion or revenge? Did he suffer from cultivation deviation or took illegal drugs? Yuanying middle stage cultivator also died because of excessive indulgence? Various versions of the report were available. It was a feast for the eyes of the onlookers, and it also provided excellent information for the idle gossipers to talk about. However, in just half a day, all the reports disappeared. There was no news about Yi Xiaoxiong's death. It seemed that Yi Xiaoxiong's death was just a misunderstanding. But soon, Planet North Star was surrounded by the Central Starfield's cultivator army. Tens of thousands of soldiers carried out a carpet search of Planet North Star. The Security Bureau was very busy, and Planet North Star's chief was in a terrible state. Every day he was scolded. Yi Xiaoxiong was the grandson of Yi Songtian, a member of the Federation. He died on planet Polaris for no apparent reason. Whether he'd been killed, or for some other reason, no one could tell. Although the news was blocked, the news had already spread. The people were not fools. There was no wall without a crack. When Yi Songtian received the news, he was furious and directly sent the army to Planet North Star. But a few days later, Yi Songtian calmed down. His anger could not be used to investigate his grandson's death. The results of the investigation in these days were not only useless, but also a lot of deviations. A lot of people were imprisoned, but it was obvious that most of them were innocent. Everyone in Heavenly Cloud Cave Winery was arrested. Yi Tianyun, the boss, was the first to be arrested. He didn't even know what was going on, but he was arrested and thrown into prison. Naturally, the other staff members were not spared. At the beginning of the interrogation, all pointed to whether Yi Tianyun was a spy. Yi Tianyun's 18 generations of ancestors were investigated clearly. Yi Xiaoxiong's bodyguards were detained one by one and interrogated separately. After Yi Songtian calmed down, he came to Planet North Star to personally supervise the investigation. Planet North Star Security Bureau Chief Xiao Zion stood in front of Yi Songtian, his heart uneasy. 6 days later, there was still no clue about Yi Xiaoxiong's death. If there was no valuable clue, he was afraid that his position as the Chief of Security Bureau would be replaced. Yi Songtian flipped through the investigation report given to him by Xiao Zion. The more he read, the angrier he became. "Ha!" Yi Songtian slammed the file on the table. "Director Xiao, this is the result of your investigation over the past 6 days?" Xiao Zion lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. He no longer had the dignity and aura of the director of the Security Bureau. "Counselor Yi, these are all investigations carried out according to normal procedures," Xiao Zion replied weakly. Procedure. You've been working on cases for so many years. Is that all you know? All the investigations are focused on the people around the hero. Can't you guys expand the scope? Yi Songtian said angrily. "Representative Yi, there are already a lot of people locked up. Half of them are cultivators. If we expand the range, it will cause public outrage." Xiao Zion said awkwardly. "Rice Bucket, when I said to expand the area, did I mean to capture people? Other than catching people, what else can you do? Bring the owner of the winery to me." Yi Songtian wanted to slap Xiao Zion. Xiao Zion didn't dare to refute Yi Tianyun anymore. He immediately turned around and went out, and soon came back with Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun has been tortured for the past few days. Although he is also a Jindan cultivator, the Security Bureau specializes in dealing with cultivators. The Security Bureau usually doesn't make a move. Once they do, the interrogation methods are one after another. It will definitely make you feel very comfortable and unforgettable. Yi Tianyun from the beginning to the silence, and now he is almost admitting that he killed Yi Xiaoxiong. Rather than being tortured, it is better to confess and be exiled. In the Federation, cultivators are almost never sentenced to death. The most severe punishment is to be exiled to the Hades, such as 13 Spectre. 6 days ago, Yi Tianyun was still high-spirited and successful in his career. After receiving Yi Xiaoxiong, it is very likely that his career will reach new heights in a short time. He never dreamed that Yi Xiaoxiong would die in his winery's luxurious suite on the second day. "Boss Yi, don't be afraid. I believe that my grandson's death has nothing to do with you. I will ask you a few questions. As long as you answer truthfully, maybe you will be free soon." Yi Songtian said in a deep voice. Yi Tianyun listened to such words, but he didn't have much reaction because he has heard similar words too many times in the past few days. My grandson came to North Star on August 17th, 1089 of the Origin Creation Era. That night, he participated in the first auction of North Star Miscellaneous Treasure Street. My grandson was an invited guest, and after the auction, he returned to Heavenly Cloud Cave Mansion. According to what you said before, after he came, you took him to visit the winery and then went back to the room to sleep, right? Yi Tianyun asked methodically. His grandson's death naturally made him angry, but the dead can't be resurrected. No matter how angry he is, he can't change the fact that his grandson is dead. Yi Tianyun has lived for more than 200 years, and he has experienced all kinds of storms. He has now suppressed his anger, and there is only one thought in his mind: to find a murderer who killed his grandson and cut him into pieces to pay tribute to his grandson's soul. Yes. Yi Tianyun nodded slightly. Is there anything unusual during this time? Yi Tianyun continued to ask. No, Yi Tianyun is in a good state. He has been talking with me about investing in the winery to expand the business. Yi Tianyun repeated the same answer again. In fact, Yi Tianyun and his grandson Yi Xiaoxiong haven't seen each other for a long time. The last time they met was back at the end of last year, when Yi family held the annual meeting. Yi family was a big family, and every important member had a lot of things to do. Black Tortoise Group was a super giant company, and there were too many things to deal with every day. Yi Tianyun was also a member of the Federation, so naturally, he was even busier. Therefore, Yi Tianyun didn't know the specific movements of his grandson during this time. Then, do you know where else ambitious character went to besides the auction? Yi Tianyun continued to ask. As far as I know, Yi Tianyun didn't have time to go to other places. He was in a hurry, and the first thing he did when he came to North Star was to go to the auction house. Yi Tianyun thought for a while and said. While Yi Tianyun was questioning Yi Tianyun, an old man standing next to him locked Yi Tianyun with his divine sense. As long as Yi Tianyun lied or had any trace of abnormal mood fluctuations, it would be detected. This old man had followed Yi Tianyun for more than 100 years, and almost no one in the outside world knew who this old man was. However, in the Federation's high-level circle, everyone knew the old man's name. The old man was the Lord of Fire, who was famous in the Federation's cultivation world more than 100 years ago. Only spirit-severing cultivators were called Lord of Fire. This old man was an early spirit-severing cultivator, but he had a grudge with a powerful cultivator in the Nankoan Empire. He was seriously injured and almost died. It was Yi Tianyun who saved him. Since then, the Lord of Fire served Yi Tianyun, and they were almost inseparable. However, the Lord of Fire was not on the Federation's list of spirit-severing cultivators. After he was injured, his cultivation fell by a realm, and his foundation was damaged. His actual cultivation was only at the peak of yuanying. However, the Lord of Fire was still a Lord of Fire. As long as he stepped into the spirit-severing realm, even if his cultivation fell, his strength was far beyond other yuanying peak cultivators. After more than 100 years, the Lord of Fire knew that his cultivation could no longer be refined, so he directly gave up cultivation and focused on cultivating his mind. The Lord of Fire devoted his mind to cultivating his mind. Now, the strength of his divine sense was enough to be comparable to a spirit-severing intermediate stage cultivator. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for anyone or cultivator below the spirit-severing realm to lie in front of him. All illusions would be seen through by him at a glance. Baidu Search Dong 81 Chinese Network. No advertising message. Chapter 556. Mr. Yi, this person is telling the truth. The Lord of Fire said. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Without the Lord of Fire's confirmation, he knew that Yi Tianyun was not lying. The investigation seemed to have reached a dead end. Before meeting Yi Tianyun, Yi Sangtian had already gone to the detention center and met Yi Xiaoxiong's bodyguards and other relevant personnel. No valuable clues were obtained. Yi Xiaoxiong had no enemies in Planet North Star. The family that had a grudge with the Yi family would not kill him. At this moment, Yi Sangtian received a secret message from the Yi family. In the past few days, Yi Sangtian did not do nothing. He secretly dispatched members of the family's punishment hall to secretly investigate all the information of the people Yi Xiaoxiong had contacted in the past year. This investigation process was very grand. There were too many people Yi Xiaoxiong had contacted in the past year. Most of these people had deep backgrounds, and their status was not ordinary. The network of relationships was extremely complex and changeable. So there was no result after 6 days, and a report was sent only at this moment. Reporting to the family head, Yi Xiaoxiong has recently been in contact with an assassin of the Dark Knight. Yi Sangtian looked serious and then sighed slightly in his heart. The direction of the investigation was wrong from the beginning. Yi Xiaoxiong was in contact with the assassin of the Dark Knight, and the situation immediately became clear. The purpose of contacting the Dark Knight was obviously only one, and that was to kill someone without anyone noticing. Yi Sangtian touched the middle finger of his right hand and fell into deep thought. Yi Xiaoxiong wanted to kill a person, so he hired an assassin. As a result, the assassin failed to kill this person and was discovered. He didn't know whether the assassin was dead or not. Yi Xiaoxiong, as the behind-the-scenes mastermind, was killed by this person. A person who could quietly kill Yuan Ying's grandson, who was in the middle stage of cultivation, surrounded by more than a dozen master bodyguards. How strong was this person? Yi Sangtian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Such an opponent's strength was not much worse than the Yi family's. As long as it was confirmed who Yi Xiaoxiong wanted to kill, then Yi Xiaoxiong's death was basically a clue. But even if the murderer was identified, no valuable evidence could be obtained. Because the witness was a Dark Knight assassin, it was not right for him to contact the Dark Knight. It was reasonable in the world of cultivation that he failed to kill and was killed. Was it possible that if you wanted to kill people, they would stand still and let you kill them, not resist? That didn't make sense. This was especially true in the cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even though the world was constantly developing in the direction of civilization, the deep-rooted mindset would not change at all. Who does ambitious hero want to kill? Yi Sangtian immediately sent a message to the family's punishment hall. Soon a reply came. Li Daochong. Yi Sangtian's expression changed. The impact of this name was like a heavy punch to Yi Sangtian's heart. Yi Sangtian's face turned pale, and he looked like he had aged 10 years. As one of the core members of the Federation, how could Yi Sangtian not know who Rado Shinji was? 2 months ago, during the Federation's highest council meeting, he kept asking the president to send people to 13 Spectre to kill Li Daochong, saying that he was a witch cultivator. In the end, Yi Sangtian's suggestion was accepted. The president sent 2 heavenly generals to 13 Spectre to investigate Li Daochong. Although it was called an investigation, they were actually prepared to take action. However, Yi Sangtian did not expect that when the 2 heavenly generals returned to report the results of the mission, they praised Li Daochong and admired him greatly. Rado Shinji's name also spread throughout the Federation. The president even personally gave Rado Shinji a military rank, but he rejected it. In the end, it was Qin Zhan who persuaded him to reluctantly become the instructor of one of the heavenly general's reserve troops, the Dragon Fong Troop, with the rank of Major General. Because the Dragon Fong Troop was currently in the stage of reorganization and the frontline war was not over yet, Li Daochong had not taken office yet. However, he should be taking office soon. After the Battle of 13 Spectre, Yi Sangtian used all the resources he had at his disposal to verify Li Daochong's strength. In the end, the results were all the same. Li Daochong could instantly kill a Grand Wizard in fight against Wu Ho for 300 rounds without losing. His strength was comparable to a semi-god, realm, true lord. Rado Shinji lived up to his name. No matter how unwilling Yi Sangtian was to accept this fact, he had to accept it. The successor of the Yi family's branch was killed on planet Red Sun, causing his father's cultivation to go berserk. He directly wiped out the Yi family's branch in the third ring starfield. This made Yi Tsongtian very angry. After investigation, although there was no direct evidence, he was almost certain that it was Li Daochong who did it. Yi Renfei's fiancée was Li Daochong's girlfriend, and the three of them appeared in the cave on planet Red Sun at the same time. In the end, Yi Renfei did not come out, but Li Daochong and that woman did. Although the investigation later showed that a powerful dark ghost appeared in the cave, and the three masters of planet Red Sun were also inside. As for what happened in the cave, no one knew except for the people involved. The news of Yi Renfei's death was only known after some time, and the father's cultivation went berserk for some time. If it wasn't for that father going crazy and killing so many people, this matter would not have attracted the attention of the Yi family's main bloodline. Yi Renfei was an insignificant person in the Yi family's huge clan. The death of such a person would not alarm Yi Tsongtian at all. With so many people in the Yi family, Yi Tsongtian had to take care of everyone. He would have been exhausted to death. Therefore, when this matter happened, and for a long time after, the Yi family's main bloodline had no idea. When they found out and investigated, Yi Tsongtian had a complete understanding of the situation. It was already the time when the Rakshasa state launched a large-scale attack on the Federation. At that time, Li Daochong was in 13 Spectre. Yi Tsongtian planned to use the Federation's self-cultivator army to kill Li Daochong. This was also the reason why witchcraft cultivators argued in the highest-level meeting. However, Yi Tsongtian never dreamed that this insignificant person in his eyes would have the strength to fight against a soul formation cultivator. Yi Tsongtian played a huge role in the Yi family's current status. Yi Tsongtian's greatest ability was to know when to advance and when to retreat. He knew when to take a step back and when to take a step back. As a politician, it was impossible for him to achieve anything if he wasn't tactful enough. Therefore, when he found out that Li Daochong was Reido Shinji and had such great strength, Yi Tsongtian immediately changed his mind. Yi Tsongtian's first thought was to bury the hatchet. It was better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Offending a soul formation cultivator for a branch of the Yi family was naturally not a rational thing to do. Therefore, after the battle with 13 Spectre, Yi Tsongtian decided to wait and see. This Reido Shinji would appear in the Federation's highest circle of power sooner or later. The reason why Yi Tsongtian didn't take the initiative to look for Reido Shinji was because he found out from the soldiers of 13 Spectre that Li Daochong was a low-profile person. He didn't like to take credit and had his own principles. As a member of the Federation's parliament, Yi Tsongtian's status was noble and could sit on the same level as a soul formation cultivator. Naturally, he wouldn't lower himself to look for Li Daochong. Therefore, he would wait for Reido Shinji to enter the Federation's upper echelons before befriending him. After reaching the soul formation stage, one's strength would reach a whole new level. Their strength would be enough to fight against a country, except for the three great cultivation empires. The Federation had always placed great importance on new soul formation cultivators. Since Reido Shinji didn't like to be in the limelight, they would follow his wishes. Therefore, other than a few of Yi Tsongtian's confidants, he didn't mention Reido Shinji's true identity to anyone else. He only treated it as a strategy for the Yi family's future development. Yi Tsongtian didn't expect that Yi Xiaoxiong would secretly hire an assassin to kill Li Daochong. In this way, everything made sense. To be able to kill a Yuaning middle-stage cultivator under the nose of 5 Yuaning cultivators without anyone noticing. Other than a soul formation cultivator, who else could have this ability? Yi Tsongtian had a lot on his mind and didn't say a word. Yi Tianyun stood on the side and felt nervous. He naturally knew who the person in front of him was. Yi Tsongtian could kill Yi Tianyun with just a flick of his finger. In the silent environment, Yi Tianyun could clearly hear his own heartbeat. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. His life was in the hands of this old man. Director Xiao, boss, he is tired. Let him go back. Yi Tsongtian suddenly said. Xiao Ziyan was stunned for a moment and immediately understood what Yi Tsongtian meant. He wanted to let Yi Tianyan go. Xiao Ziyan was clever and immediately left with Yi Tianyan. The latter was confused and didn't know what happened. When Yi Tianyan walked out of the security bureau, he was at a loss. He didn't recover until he returned to the Heavenly Cloud Immortals Mansion winery. He immediately began to sell the winery. No matter what happened, his business was finished. In a private room in the security bureau, Yi Tsongtian and the Lord of Fire were sitting face to face. Lord Yi, things have reached this point, and it can't be salvaged. If what you said is true, Rado Shinji knew that Xiao Xiong hired an assassin to kill him. The grudge between Yi family and him is set. It is impossible to resolve it. No soul formation cultivator will tolerate someone trying to kill him. If you and I were in his shoes, I'm afraid it would be worse. Any threat is the safest to eradicate. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. It is obviously impossible for Yi family to be on good terms with Rado Shinji. The Lord of Fire analyzed. Sai, Xiong is a good child, but he is too cruel and merciless. This kind of character is easy to get into trouble. This time, he even lost his life. Yi Tsongtian sighed. Lord Yi, Xiao Xiong is the high-ranking successor of Yi family. Whether he is the family head in the future or not, he must be one of the core figures of the family head. If he is killed, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. It is likely that this will lead to a complete division of the family. The Lord of Fire was worried. Forget it. How can we forget it? My Yi family is not afraid of a new soul formation cultivator. This old man is just a pity that Yi family failed to win a strong comrade. Instead, they have a strong enemy. A soul formation cultivator is not something that can be defeated by ordinary methods. Yi Tsongtian regretted. Lord Yi, in my opinion, it is not difficult to deal with. Yi family naturally can't face Rado Shinji head-on. But on the other hand, does Rado Shinji really dare to slaughter the entire Yi family? Not to mention whether he has this ability. Even if he does he dare to? Does he want to be the enemy of the world? The Lord of Fire asked one after another. Elder Fire, what do you mean? Yi Tsongtian looked up at the Lord of Fire. Lord Yi, since Xiao Xiong has invited the Dark Knight, then use the Dark Knight to deal with him. The Lord of Fire's expression froze, his face gloomy as he replied. Baidu search, 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. Chapter 557. Does Elder Fire mean to spend a lot of money to hire a 3-star assassin from the Dark Knight to kill Rado Shinji? Yi Tsongtian asked, puzzled. Master Yi, how can a spirit-severing cultivator be killed so easily? What I mean is to divert the trouble and let the Dark Knight and Rado Shinji have a direct conflict. No matter how powerful Rado Shinji is, can he beat the entire Dark Knight? That's a dark organization that can rival the cultivation empire. The Lord of Fire replied ruthlessly. Yi Tsongtian's turbid old eyes flashed, and his whole person was enlightened. Elder Fire, this diversion of trouble is really amazing. However, it's a good plan. How can we make the Dark Knight and Li Daochong have an unsolvable hatred? Master Yi, this is not simple. There are only 3 kinds of hatred in the world. The hatred of killing one's family, the hatred of stealing one's wife, and the slave of a destroyed country. The latter can be excluded. The first 2, any one of them, is not difficult to plan. According to the current information, Li Daochong has a lot of close relatives around him. As long as we use the Dark Knight to kill any one of them, this hatred will never be solved. The Lord of Fire said cunningly. Yi Tsongtian fell in a deep thought and then said, Elder Fire, before the plan is implemented, we have to do some superficial things. First, we have to find a scapegoat for the death of Xiao Xiong. After this matter is forgotten, we can make plans. The Lord of Fire thought for a moment and said, Master Yi, how can a spirit-severing cultivator be so easy to fool? It's better to deal with it as an unsolved case. This is common sense. That Rado Shinji won't be suspicious. It's normal for a spirit-severing cultivator to not be able to find out. Then wouldn't the Yi family's face be lost? Yi Tsangtian said awkwardly. Master Yi, the Yi family doesn't have to lose face. It's just that Xiao Xiong will be wronged. To the outside world, we can claim that Xiao Xiong took illegal drugs and died of Yuanying's exhaustion. The Lord of Fire continued to give advice. Yi Tsangtian was silent for a while and sighed slightly. That's the only way. Just in the days when the death of Yi Xiaoxiong was a hot topic, Li Daochong, as the party concerned, stayed out of it and did his own thing with peace of mind. The Yi family in the Dark Night. He would settle accounts with them sooner or later, but not now. If he was alone, regardless of the Yi family or the Dark Night, he would kill his way up and finish it. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He had to take into account the possibility of a cornered dog jumping over the wall. He couldn't ignore his close relatives and friends on the Blue Bay Star. The Yi family didn't know that the Dark Knight, an organization that walked in the dark, could do anything. Li Daochong had to be on guard, and he couldn't let the people around him suffer irreparable harm because of a moment of impulse. Therefore, in addition to himself becoming stronger, the people around him had to become stronger as well. Otherwise, Li Daochong wouldn't be able to take care of everyone. The plan to transform Blue Bay Star had to be brought forward. Silver Bottle, Li Qingyao, and his father had to improve their strength as soon as possible. Moreover, even if he didn't guard against the Yi family and the Dark Knight, it was unknown when the Rakshasa state would attack the Shenghua Federation again. In short, in this era of great cultivation that was in imminent danger, it was always right to keep improving their strength. In the past few days, Li Daochong first let Xiaoling River take the 9 transformation heavenly pill, and then taught Xiaoling River the mysterious basic mental cultivation method, psychokinesis battle method. With the best resources, it wasn't difficult for Xiaoling River to complete the 9 transformation heavenly pill. What she needed was only time. The rest of the time, Li Daochong used it all to make talismans. Because he had the body of the giant ice toad, he didn't have to worry about the lack of materials. However, talismans could only be made into ice talismans. In 6 days, Li Daochong made a total of 5 15-level ice talismans and 3 16-level ice talismans. When the talisman reached 15 level, according to the equivalent level on Earth, it was equivalent to a small nuclear warhead. It was enough to destroy a large cultivation city. Even soul formation cultivators wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Even the Grand Wizard Ghost could kill it instantly. Only cultivators at the level of Wuhou Wizard Ancestor or above soul formation could resist it, but they would have to pay a huge price. Li Daochong's first attempt ended in failure. After that, he failed 3 more times in a row and only succeeded on his 5th try. However, once the production was successful, Li Daochong would almost never fail in the subsequent production. After doing all this, Li Daochong immediately went to the Blue Bay Star and directly used the teleportation array. Li Daochong brought the cherry blossom gauze to the Blue Bay Star. It was perfect for this down-and-out Wuhou to guard this weak cultivation planet. As long as the people from the 3 great cultivation empires and the 4 great Hades didn't make a move, Cherry Blossom Gauze's strength should be unshakable. Xiaoling River was under the tutelage of her father, Li Tianyang, for the time being. Li Daochong gave Li Tianyang and Li Qingyao an ice spirit pill each, as well as all kinds of cultivation resources that he had purchased on North Star Star. In the past few months, the Li family had undergone earth-shattering changes. Spirit stones were king. When Li Daochong left last time, he left behind a large amount of spirit stones. To the Yuanying cultivators, this might not be much. However, to a family from a 4th-class cultivation planet, it was a huge fortune. Not only did it pay off all the Li family's debts, but there was also a lot left. Li Qianyang's ability was not something that his 2 brothers could compare to. Back in the day, the number 1 cultivator on the Blue Bay Star was not only in terms of cultivation strength, but also in terms of talent. The era of the 4 great families on the Blue Bay Star was about to end. The Li family's drive to become the only super family was unstoppable. After the Li family grew stronger, they no longer only cared about themselves. Because Li Tianyang hated the dark ghost to the bone, once the family had stabilized, they launched a ghost extermination operation. Any person or group could provide the Li family with information about ghosts. The Li family would then issue ghost hunting missions. If someone completed the mission and confirmed that there were no mistakes, they would be rewarded handsomely. Over the past few months, the number of dark ghosts remaining on the blue bay star had greatly decreased. From a distance, the planet looked like a water sphere. But ever since the Great Tribulation, it had never been so clean. Of course, completely wiping out the dark ghosts was still an arduous task. These dark ghosts were like flies and mosquitoes. No matter how hard they tried, they just couldn't be wiped out. As long as they were in an environment filled with gloom and resentment, they would be nurtured and multiplied without end. Li Daocheng's encounter with the demon on 13 Spectre happened to coincide with what he had heard. The low-level dark ghosts appeared to transform the spirit world's environment. This was like pollution. They nibbled away at it bit by bit, unknowingly transforming a world full of spirit chi into a land of death. If these low-level dark ghosts were left unchecked, they would only increase in number. They would possess people and arouse evil thoughts in their hearts. In the end, people would also become ghost corpses. In truth, the Federation government had a ghost hunting association. Almost every cultivation planet with a population of over 100 million had a ghost hunting association office. Every day, they would issue ghost hunting missions on their respective cultivation planets. Cultivators who accepted the missions would receive the corresponding rewards after completing them. It was just that the Ghost Hunting Association's rewards weren't very tempting. It wasn't that the Ghost Hunting Association was stingy. Simply put, they had no money. Half of the Federation government's revenue was spent on the military. This was a cost that couldn't be avoided. In some years, it even took up 2/3 of the budget. The remaining half was used for education and cultivation. This was another cost that couldn't be avoided. There was no guarantee that there would be a supply of new blood. Sooner or later, they would be devoured by the Hades. In the end, the remaining portion was used for national construction. In truth, there wasn't much left. Although eliminating the dark ghosts in the Federation's territory was also very important, compared to the war on the front lines, cultivating cultivators to eliminate low-level dark ghosts was much less important. The Ghost Hunting Association's annual budget was extremely limited. This also meant that the rewards for completing the missions weren't too high. Cultivators with strength naturally wouldn't accept the missions. Usually, they were rogue cultivators who were born poor and had average strength. The efficiency of completing the missions wasn't high. Thus, after so many years, dark ghosts still appeared frequently in the Federation's territory, except for the third ring. The government had always wanted cultivators to spontaneously eliminate the dark ghosts. However, no one was willing to do such a thankless task. The Li family was able to organize this ghost hunting mission because of the spirit stones that Li Daocheng had left behind. The higher the reward, the more cultivators would accept the missions. Li Daocheng didn't stay long after returning to the Blue Bay Star. He stayed for a short 5 days before leaving with the silver bottle. Li Daocheng didn't idle for a moment during these 5 days. With his current cultivation, he could naturally quickly increase the cultivation of Li Tianyang and Li Qingyao. Li Daocheng's goal was to transform the Blue Bay Star. The first step was to have Yuaniing cultivators. This was the decisive condition for upgrading a cultivation planet. The spirit stones that Li Daocheng brought back this time were all mid-grade spirit stones. He had already used all of them at the auction. However, because of his relationship with Sung Jiao, it was extremely convenient for Li Daocheng to exchange the items on his body for spirit stones. The giant ice toad's corpse was extremely large. Not all of its parts could be used to make ice talismans. In fact, only a small portion could be used. Li Daocheng kept a portion of the bones and skin. The remaining parts that couldn't be used as materials were all handed over to Sung Jiao. A total of 20 million mid-grade spirit stones were sold. Since the core parts were taken by Li Daocheng, the remaining parts weren't worth that much. Of course, 23 million mid-grade spirit stones was an unimaginable amount in the Blue Bay star. If converted to low-grade spirit stones, it would be 3 billion. Even the combined wealth of the four great families of the Blue Bay star wasn't worth that much. Li Daochong kept 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. He kept 3 million mid-grade spirit stones for the teleportation array and other expenses. Of course, this amount of money wasn't worth mentioning when it came to transforming a cultivation planet. It was barely enough to transform the spiritual energy around a mountain. Li Tianyang didn't idle around during this period. Aside from dealing with the family's affairs, he spent all his time cultivating. His son had made a name for himself. As the father, he couldn't fall behind. He might not be as heaven-defying as his son, but he still had some talent. Not to mention other things, Yuan Ying still had to work hard. When Li Daochong returned, Li Tianyang had already broken through to the late stage of the Jindan realm. After consuming the Ice Spirit pill and, with Li Daochong's support, he quickly reached the peak of the Jindan realm. Li Qingyao's talent in cultivation was slightly weaker. However, with Li Daochong's large amount of resources and the direct use of spiritual energy, she also reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. She was only one step away from condensing the Jindan. Other than his family, his other friends also received a lot of benefits. Lu Ming, Orson, Ao Kichuan, Luo Dahai, Gu Chao, Yi Feiyue, and Duan Yao all received benefits. Li Daochong naturally didn't forget about Ouyang Qian as well. Except for Ouyang Qian, the others weren't in Blue Bay Star. They were all in school. Li Daochong asked Li Qingyao to transfer the spirit stones to them. These people would be the backbone of the Blue Bay Star's development in the future. Li Daochong wanted to cultivate them as his own confidants. After everything was arranged, Li Daochong left Blue Bay Star and returned to North Star with Yinping. Xiaoling River and Cherry Blossom Gauze stayed in Blue Bay Star. The little girl was reluctant to part with Li Daochong, but she knew that she would only be a burden if she followed Li Daochong. Master, is this North Star Star? Yinping curiously followed Li Daochong and looked around. She was like a young woman who went to the countryside for the first time entering the city. Her face was full of curiosity. Everything was so new and interesting. Baidu search 81 Chinese website. No advertising message. Chapter 558. The main purpose of Li Daochong's return to Blue Bay Star this time is to bring Yinping out. She's also the one Li Daochong is most worried about. Compared to others, Yinping's cultivation progress is more than a beat slower. As a card slave, her physique is a big problem. According to historical records, the highest cultivation level of a card slave is only the peak of the qi gathering stage, and it is a mixed blood. With Li Daochong's continuous supply of resources, Yinping has been wandering in the qi refining stage for 2 years. Later, with Li Tianyang's guidance, the effect is still not very good. Yinping is 3 years younger than Li Daochong. She is now 17 years old, and her spiritual pulse has been awakened long ago. Before, Li Daochong helped Yinping connect her spiritual pulse, and it was successful. At first, the little girl's cultivation was good. When she reached the 7th level of the qi refining stage, it began to stagnate. Li Daochong is also very anxious about this. The 7th level of the qi refining stage is not much stronger than ordinary people. Any Foundation Establishment cultivator can kill Yinping in a second. How can Li Daochong rest assured? So this time Li Daochong is determined to help Yinping quickly improve her cultivation. In fact, there is no need to go back to North Star. Li Daochong wants to let the little girl see the world. Yinping's background is pitiful. Later, she followed him and didn't have a good life. It was not until he woke up that things got better. But Li Daochong is not with Yinping most of the time. This girl is also a fool. When Li Daochong is not in Blue Bay Star, she will send messages to Li Daochong every day. For example, "Young master, have you eaten? Master, remember to eat breakfast in the morning. Young master, I saw a cloud spirit bird today. It is so beautiful." Master, I made your favorite braised pork ribs tonight. Unfortunately, you're not in Blue Bay Star. Young master, don't tire yourself too much. Go to bed early. Good night. No matter how Li Daocheng reminded her, Yin Ping still couldn't change her habit of calling him master. Li Daocheng felt rather helpless about this. Walking on the streets of North Star City, he looked at the constantly changing expressions of surprise on Yin Ping's pretty little face. Li Daocheng had a warm smile on his face. He hadn't seen this girl for a long time, and he really missed her. With her by his side, for some reason, he felt especially at ease. However, the moment the silver bottle opened its mouth and called him master, Li Daocheng's face immediately became serious. Silver bottle, if you call me master again, I'm going to spank you. Do you hear me? Yes, my young master. Yin Ping nodded obediently. She was afraid that she would make Li Daocheng unhappy. However, when she replied, she almost called the wrong name again. Let's go. I'll take you to our home on planet Polaris, Li Daocheng said. Okay, wherever young master goes, I'll go. Yin Ping nodded with a smile. Silly girl, isn't that obvious? Of course, wherever the young master goes, you will follow. Do you dare not follow the young master? Li Daocheng said unhappily. When he was with Yin Ping, Li Daocheng didn't look like a Yuanian cultivator. All the negative emotions on his body disappeared, let alone murderous intent. Li Daocheng himself didn't realize that he looked no different from a college student on Earth. In the past 2 years, Yin Ping had grown a lot taller. Before, she was malnourished and had to take care of Li Daocheng, the silly young master's food and shelter. She was like an Ethiopian refugee. Now it was different. She ate, drank, and slept well. There was nothing to worry about. Every day, the most she worried about was whether or not Li Daocheng would be inconvenienced. She still ate spirit meat and spirit vegetables. Fortunately, the little girl's body hadn't fully developed yet, so she made up for it in the past 2 years. Now he was almost 7 meters tall. Among the female card slaves, her height was definitely a crane in a flock of chickens. Compared to the other human race, she was not outdone. Her body wasn't as skinny as before. Her cultivation didn't improve, but she was still cultivating. Every day, Yin Ping would practice the 9-crack saber technique that Li Daocheng gave her. She never slacked off. Li Tianyang also gave her some other techniques. Now, most people couldn't tell that Yin Ping was a card slave at all. The characteristics of card slaves were that they were thin and small. They were timid, had no fighting spirit, and were resigned to adversity. Yin Ping still had a lot of room for improvement in other aspects. The card slave characteristics were still very much preserved, but her body and bones were completely different. The little lass had now completely grown up into a girl next door. Her breasts were bulging at an obvious angle. Her pair of slender and beautiful legs were fair and round, and they were extremely fleshy. Her waist was slim, and her buttocks were perky, and her hands were white and slender. In short, the little girl had all the characteristics that a beauty should have. It was just that her face still retained its obvious youthfulness. That way, she didn't lose her youthful beauty. As Yin Ping and Li Daocheng walked on the street, people glanced at them from time to time. Such a beauty was naturally eye-catching. Yin Ping was a little annoyed by the stares, but her timid personality made her keep her emotions in her heart and not show it. At first, Li Daocheng didn't know, but as they walked, he found that the little girl's mood wasn't very good. Her gaze was evasive. In the end, she just hid behind Li Daocheng, her small hands grabbing the corner of Li Daocheng's clothes. What's wrong? Li Daocheng asked curiously. Young master, why are these people staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Or do I look different from others? Yin Ping asked in a trembling voice. Silly girl, they see that you're pretty, so they're looking at you. Li Daocheng laughed in surprise. Ah, is that so? But Yin Ping doesn't like them staring at me like that. It's too impolite, Yin Ping whispered. If it weren't for Li Daocheng's excellent hearing, other people probably wouldn't have heard what she said. Yin Ping, if you don't like it, you can stare back. If not, just say it. What are they looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Li Daocheng teased. Young master, Ping doesn't dare. What's there to be afraid of? With young master here, just say it. If anyone stares at you again, just yell at them. Young master, don't make things difficult for Ping, okay? If I don't say it, young master will get angry. Li Daochong pretended to be angry. Young master, don't be angry. Ping will say it, okay? Ping had no choice when she saw that Li Daochong was angry. She gathered her courage and said, okay, I'll wait for you to say it. Li Daochong continued to pretend to be angry. If he didn't force this girl, with her personality, she would never take the initiative to take that step. Li Daochong knew that if he wanted Ping to quickly improve her cultivation, she also needed to improve her personality. Otherwise, even if her cultivation increased, what was the use of having a cowardly personality? Of course, the transformation had to be done step by step, little by little. If he did it all at once, it would only be counterproductive. It was a good choice to start by expressing her dissatisfaction. While the two were talking, there were actually passers-by who kept staring at Ping. The appearance of ordinary people in the human race was not very outstanding. Only after entering the foundation establishment stage would the appearance of female cultivators show obvious changes. No matter what you looked like before, as long as you stepped into the ranks of cultivators, you would become more and more beautiful under the influence of spiritual energy. It was the same for male cultivators, but the changes were not as obvious as female cultivators. And cultivators basically didn't wander around the streets. They all flew around in the sky. It was very rare for ordinary people to meet cultivators. Therefore, when a stunning girl like Ping walked on the street, it was impossible for her to keep a low profile. At this time, a burly man walked past Li Daochong from behind. When he passed by, he deliberately turned his head to look at Ping. This kind of situation had happened too many times. The seductive back view made these men have a great desire to hunt her. If it weren't for Li Daochong beside her, Ping would have been hit on by countless people along the way. However, most people would reluctantly turn their faces away after a glance. At the very least, they still had the basic respect and courtesy. But a small number of people would keep staring, such as the man who was walking past at this time. Li Daochong didn't say anything and walked straight forward. However, he still pretended to be unhappy, waiting to see if Ping could make a breakthrough. However, the expression he was waiting for didn't appear. Ping lowered her small head, not daring to look at him. Li Daochong sighed in his heart. If he didn't give her a push, she probably wouldn't be able to take this step. Alas, maybe it's time to change the maid. Li Daochong shook his head and said, then turned around and left. This time, Ping panicked. Li Daochong's sudden words and actions had frightened the girl quite a bit. She hurriedly grabbed Li Daochong, and in her panic, she vented all her dissatisfaction on the man who was staring at her. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Although her voice trembled slightly, she didn't stop. She said it in a complete and full of strong dissatisfaction. Baidu search, 81 Chinese website. No advertising message that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.